Vamp-chan and Zombie-kun. The Vampire Princess Wants to Fall in Love by Karabushi Sorato. Translated by Bartulo at Claw Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. She is what people would call a monster. She may look like a young girl, but she has been alive for 400 years now, and yet, she despised her eyes. She loathed them so much that she would consider gouging them out of their sockets. Those red eyes of hers could control people, to seduce them, to deceive them, and to make them abide by her every order. For that reason, she was always alone, all by herself, living a quiet and boring life. For that reason, she sought a fateful encounter that would erase the loneliness that plagued her so much. Section. How boring. During a silent night when the world was sound asleep, deep within the Romanian mountains, there was a forest with trees standing next to each other so convoluted and confusing that it could be mistaken for a labyrinth. No light of civilization reached its depths, the air clear without any pollution, and there was only one sign of human life: a single castle standing beneath the starry sky. It was an old castle standing on the slope of the mountain. It looked shabby and worn down to the point a single tap could bring down its stone foundation. Ivies growing on its walls, its presence was strong enough to create the feeling that it had been standing there for hundreds of years, even before the forest had grown. Deep inside the castle, at the end of the throne room, there sat a young girl on the extravagant throne, taking up the seat of what previously belonged to the castle owner. She had silver hair, befitting her small stature. She wore a dress with frills and laces, colored in black and white like an Othello board. One would qualify it as a goth Lolita dress. Her silver hair, reflecting the moonlight shining down on her, reached down to her waist, running down the throne like water, not to forget her long eyelashes and her ruby-colored eyes that shone brightly even in the dimly lit room. "Hey, you." "Yes?" she called out to someone who was with her in the room, using a cold and listless voice. A single man was kneeling in front of her. In fact, the sight of him kneeling down like that made him look like a faithful and religious believer. The girl didn't know his name, nor did she know just who he was, either. Of course, he had introduced himself during their first encounter, but she did not remember this. At the very least, he seemed to belong to the evangelical church. Apparently, he had been on a quest to exterminate the monster that made these mountains their home. Then again, none of that mattered now. She didn't stand to gain anything from knowing his name. As soon as the other party looked into the girl's crimson-red eyes to reflect themselves in them, it was too late. Be it a man, woman, noble, or regular citizen, let alone being human or animal, any living being immediately goes down on their knees just like that man. They could not go against her orders, or listen to whatever she demanded. If she told them to entertain her, they would act like clowns to tickle a smile out of her. If she ordered them to die, they would do so without hesitation. In that sense, the moment they looked into her eyes, they became mere puppets and stopped being regular somebody. "I've seen thousands of people like you," the girl said with a pale face and narrowed her eyes. "You come here to defeat the big bad monster, appear in front of me, only to end up on your knees like this. You offer yourself to me. It's always the same, nothing ever changes, and it bores me so much." That last comment was more like an offhand remark, but the man's face still turned red. Just giving him any attention seemed to fill him with joy, and even utter silence would probably have given him joy. While his face was red, his entire body shook like he could barely control the excitement. Faced with that, the girl felt it revolting and vile. The cold eyes she directed at him eventually changed into a look of contempt one would give an insect. "So, out of all those thousands of people, will you be the one to finally excite me?" "Yes, of course." The man nodded once and approached the girl, offering the object he carried in his hands. The girl recognized this as a singular book with a Japanese title. However, she hadn't seen that particular book before. "Well, it seems to be interesting at least." "That is a relief to hear. After all, I made sure this book would be delivered here across the seas, as it is not being sold in this country." The man was about to enter a joyful monologue about the book he had procured, but his mouth closed soon after. The reason for that was simple. A red line of blood appeared on his throat. The fresh blood oozing out of it danced through the air, sapping the man of his strength. The book was picked up by the girl right before it fell out of the man's hands. As for her open hand, her nails had turned as red as her eyes. The man's eyes shot open in surprise, but they quickly grew drowsy like he was melting in joy, and his expression altered into one of pleasure. "Here's your reward." She slightly raised her hip from the throne and ran her tongue along the man's neck. The blood that was stuck out to his neck was wiped away, creating a trail like a slug would. She tasted the blood in her mouth like she was testing a glass of wine. "Serviceable, I'd say." She then rammed her fangs into his neck without hesitation, sucking up the blood that came gushing out. The sound of her lips taking in the blood and the sound of licking the wound filled the otherwise silent room. The man began to turn more pale as this process went on, but his expression was the exact opposite, slowly but surely melting away in pleasure. Eventually, he became unable to withstand the Earth's gravitational force and sank to the ground. Pure. The girl moved her fangs away from the man's neck, wiping the overflowing liquid with her wrist. All her attention moved toward the sense of satisfaction of having a full belly that she didn't even bother with the man who had collapsed. In fact, she simply let him lay there and instead focused on the book. But it wasn't just any kind of book, it was a shojo manga. The majority of such focused on a story of love and romance, and so was the one in her hands, a fateful encounter with a person that will change your life, proceeding to get closer to them, eventually going on a date, receiving a present, fighting with each other, making up again, confessing, and going out. It all sounded so simple, yet the girl had never once experienced any of these wonderful things. "Oh, how jealous I am," she muttered without realizing. It didn't take long for her to be utterly engrossed in the shojo manga in front of her eyes. She would read every small part of it, using up all the time in the world, which she had. A few hours later, after she finished reading through it, a sigh of pure satisfaction escaped her lips. She had to accept how fun and interesting it was, but at the same time, she realized something detrimental. This was the only shojo manga she had. This meant, I must venture off to Japan. It seems. She stood up from her throne and prepared for the upcoming trip, leaving the castle after a long 400 years not stepping outside. With a bag containing clothes and necessary luggage on her shoulder, she turned round once. "I'll be back." Of course, only silence returned from the empty castle. A saddened expression flashed across her face for a moment, but she closed the door behind her. It was that day that the silver-haired girl, Romcom, set out for Japan. Chapter 1. Night of the Dead meets girl. Romcom left her old castle and passed the ocean to reach Japan, spending the next few months there. She still remains in Japan now. The reason for that wasn't particularly for the abundance of manga she could read. At least not solely. Rather, she had run into a rather troublesome situation during her stay. Namely, she encountered a group of enemies. They called themselves exorcists, and all they wore were white robes. Naturally, Rumia didn't expect that information about her stay in such a small island nation to the east would leak to her enemy. As such, when they first attacked her, she found herself quite surprised. However, it only ended in surprise when she met eyes with them. They took out what looked like odd knives with mysterious engravings and stabbed themselves in their necks. Rumia thought that would be the end of it, but they seemed to be using their full arsenal in order to subdue the girl, so escaping outside the country was no longer an option. They were not strong by any means, but they were always after her, acting as nuisances that were hard to shake off. Like insects, almost. Or that's how Rumia saw them. But either way, this was the reason she stayed in Japan. How troublesome, Rumia muttered as she looked up at the sky. The moon above her was a few days away from being full, but it was enough to light up the night sky. The air felt cold, with a white breath escaping her mouth at every sigh. She was currently all alone, and other than the faint sounds coming from inside the other floors of her apartment complex, it was eerily quiet. Of course, Rumia didn't enjoy the noise of the town. That is why she almost enjoyed this situation. But there was an issue that prevented her from fully enjoying it. Namely, the sound of her growling stomach pierced the silence at periodic intervals. She knew that nobody was able to hear them, and yet a flash of embarrassment made her cheeks redden. For the past 2 weeks, She had yet to suck any blood. 2 weeks had gone by without any flesh blood for her body, and it began to show. I feel parched. Why are there no people walking around here? I thought the nights in a city like this would be much more lively. Romeo stuck out her tongue in an unflattering way and glared down at the dark path while her eyes were glowing red. If I'd known things would come down to this, I would have acted sooner. Beyond the path she took was actually a neon district full of colors and people passing through it, but she wasn't confident to look for her prey in that area. She had 4 reasons to feel uncomfortable. First, it stunk of alcohol. Then, there were only middle-aged drunk men as possible targets. Third, she didn't like how bright it was from all the lights. And fourth, she couldn't afford to let people spot her while feeding on her prey. For that reason, she partially hoped that a healthy young lad would stumble his way into the path where she lurked, but that would be too convenient. Of course, and even after 10 whole minutes, no promising target appeared. Naturally, her stomach remained hungry that whole time, and it only got worse. Seeing no other option out of this, she opted to wait for a drunkard collapsing next to the trash bags and was about to move over into cover, but then something happened. She bumped into someone. The silhouette appeared from behind the corner, so it was too late for Romeo to dodge the incoming impact. Thankfully, the impact wasn't too harsh and she only toppled backward while looking at the person she walked into. It seemed like a man with a thin yet tall physique that showed no muscle. Tall and slender was one way to explain it, but it felt like his arms and legs carry no meat to it whatsoever. Even so, judging from his facial features and stature, he must be a grown man. Since he and Rumia bumped into each other, it was clear that one of them was going to fall over, and it didn't take much guessing to figure that out, either. After the fall, Romia's white hair scattered across the ground. However, she didn't fully fall over. Whoops! A long hand had wrapped around her waist, supporting her. She could feel her balance and center of gravity shifting toward her hips, too. A good comparison of their current situation would be a rock star holding their microphone stand. Rumia's body also was leaning diagonally, and thanks to that, the face of the thin young man was right in front of her nose. He had black hair with a tone of white hair styled up neatly. Add the pale skin he had, and then there were also large bags under his eyes. This showed a potentially unhealthy lifestyle, but more importantly, as previously mentioned, his face was too close. As you would expect from a sheltered maiden like her. Romeo's face turned red immediately. "Huh?" said the young man, as if he had just realized their situation and that he had bumped into someone. Could you let me down?" "Right, sorry." He abided by her request, let her stand on her own feet, and then moved away. His mouth softened into something akin to a smile, but it felt fake like the ones you'd see from a mannequin. At the very least, Rumia felt a sense of discomfort when seeing it. "Are you hurt?" asked the young man. His tone seemed indifferent, lacking any sort of emotion. "I didn't think a young girl like you would be out and about this late, let alone over here. Thanks to that, you were too low for me to spot you. The height difference between us is not as big as you make it out to be." Truth be told, it definitely was. You could easily fit a ruler of 30 centimeters between them, and it still wasn't enough. Still, Rumia wanted to believe that a university student should be able to see a grade school student if they walked toward each other. Probably, Rumia wanted to give the man an earful for his rude demeanor, but he seemed utterly unbothered, not intending to even apologize, so all the anger subsided quickly. Instead, she gave him another close look. He seemed to be wearing clothes he found comfortable more than paying attention to his looks. Carrying a vinyl bag in his hand, he must be on his way back from a convenience store. At the very least, he didn't appear like the sort of person who was taking good care of himself. "Well, can't go against an empty stomach, after all. Don't mind me." Rumia waved her hand to brush away the young man's remark. Depending on the person, or more accurately, for most people, this kind of reaction would be seen as an unfavorable response, but the young man didn't even bother to comment on it. Instead, more importantly, "Why are you outside this late?" "I don't think it's safe for a young girl like you." "No?" He simply voiced his concern, as anybody else would have, too. And he was right, too. It was already past midnight at the moment, so a girl of Rumia's stature would absolutely attract attention. And he brought up a valid point. Even if she had been alive for the past 400 years, she still looked like a young girl, so it was to be expected that he would point that out. Of course, she didn't enjoy the fact that she was being called little, but her hunger came before anything else. "My name is Rumia." And so, she pressed her right hand on her chest, maintaining a dignified stature while introducing herself. Of course, whether or not that had any meaning was questionable. But to her, it was like a routine. Rumia Selviason. That's quite the odd name. It may be. Well, nice to meet you, Rumia. Now, time for a feast. While the young man bowed his head in tandem with Rumia's introduction, she wasted no breath to wrap her arms around his neck and push her mouth closer to his neck. The shift of gravity made the young man lean forward a bit more. His neck gave off no scent. Even when she pressed her lips against it, there was nothing. It felt cold more than anything, much like she was caressing a dead body. After a lick, she bared her fangs and stabbed them inside the flesh. Huh? The young man's bewildered voice reached Rumia's ears. Meanwhile, she let out a sigh of relief. With this, she could finally fill her stomach and get her own blood pumping, gulping down that delicious blood. Or so she thought. However, there was nothing. No delicious liquid entered her stomach. There was no blood inside the young man's bloodstream. But that should be impossible, unless, no, any living being has blood coursing through their veins. It's essential to survive because that is part of what makes someone a human. Yet oddly enough, the young man had blood vessels without blood. This discovery was about as odd as finding a luxury resort in the center of a desert. Despite her age and the experience she had accumulated over all those 400 years, the girl was evidently confused. She continued to stab her fangs into the same spot over and over and over and over in hopes of something changing. However, the young man delivered an explanation after he couldn't keep watching those pitiful attempts. "Sorry, there's no blood running through my body. Actually, Section Rumia Selviason is a vampire. However, not since birth. She was originally a human." She didn't even remember when or where that was the case, but she was living in a home near a field of wheat. She had long forgotten her family's faces. She couldn't help that. Ever since she had her blood sucked by a vampire who called themselves an ancestor 400 years ago, she became a vampire like them. However, the ancestor was a different type of vampire. They are what people would consider a true blood vampire, who have existed since the dawn of time. And a beautiful vampire they were, too. On the inside, they never stopped talking, never shut their mouth, and were frank and also straightforward. If they hadn't treated Rumia like a child so much, she might have had more respect for them, and the beauty they shone with, she might have even fallen in love with them. But leaving that aside, having her blood sucked by that ancestor, Rumia turned into a vampire herself. She stopped aging, won't die of old age, doesn't show up in photos, and she turns to ash when she is hit by sunlight. Looking at it from an objective standpoint, it brought a lot of demerits with it. However, they weren't impossible to work around, either. If direct sunlight was dangerous, all she had to do was avoid going out during the day. She could simply adjust her daily schedule, and it brought plenty of joy with it, too. However, after around 30 years, she grew tired of living like that. After 10 years, the ancestor had also stopped showing themselves after teaching Rumia how to live her new life. So she was all alone in the castle, plagued by boredom. She was desperate to find some sort of hobby, and she eventually decided on reading books. Luckily, the old castle where she decided to settle down had a large library, so she could spend her time reading through whatever she could find. All the books fell victim to Rumia's curiosity, and after reading so many books, she naturally absorbed the knowledge from it, keeping it stored in her brain, until rumors started going around about a vampire starving for knowledge. They even gave her the nickname the Sage Vampire. It almost sounded like calling her a beast vampire, which sounded pretty cool to Rumia, which is why she took a liking to it. So much so that she declared herself that whenever she showed herself in front of people, each time, she did hear faint laughter from somewhere, but that was probably just her hallucination. Leaving that aside, She prided herself in being a smart and knowledgeable person, which is exactly why this situation was that more confusing to her. What is going on here? A human being who has no blood flowing through his veins? I've never heard of that. What? How? He's alive talking to me. So how? Slowly but steadily, the reality that unfolded in front of Rumia slowly became clearer to her. A living being that has no blood circulating through its body. She never heard of such a thing before. However, the reality in front of her was proof enough that it must be possible. No matter how unbelievable, it was still in front of her own eyes. Even if she didn't want to believe in something she didn't understand. And because of her sense of pride that felt insulted by this fact, she didn't try to pull out her fangs. Yet no matter how long she stayed like this, no blood reached her fangs. Are you some chupacabra or a mananangel? The young man asked while Romeo found herself weeping with their fangs still in his neck. She was in shock at how calm the man sounded, but she still moved her eyes. Why would you think that? You're trying to suck my blood, right? I figured you must be some sort of blood-sucking animal. But why would he start guessing with monsters that barely anybody knew? No, I'm not. Oh, so you're a vampire? The young man nodded as he solved the riddle and then responded, you see, I'm a living corpse, so he said. However, Rumia furrowed her brow at that. A corpse shouldn't be able to move, except, assuming he was, so you're a zombie? Well, that's probably the closest thing, he responded. He sounded like he didn't care much for the distinct term. It wouldn't change a fact no matter how you categorized him, a flesh-eating ghoul, a zombie, or a dead body controlled by a magician like a puppet. Whatever it was, the thought of a dead body breaking out of its grave is a scary thought. That said, in recent times, you'd also watch movies or TV shows where these zombies are created artificially with science, like using a virus or being bitten by an insect. You could end up a zombie even without directly dying. Weren't they all zombies as long as they were growling and hungry for human flesh? However, the self-proclaimed zombie in front of Rumia did not groan like that. Rather, he was able to hold a regular conversation, although it did feel a bit awkward, like he wasn't used to talking in front of others. Speaking of zombies, many stories that involve them often have a setting along the lines of if you get bitten by a zombie, you also turn into one. The setting itself is relatively new, mostly brought to life by a movie that was released in the 1960s. That said, it wasn't entirely untrue. Yokai also are born from stories made up by people that are shared around and recognized. In reverse, if nobody talks about these phenomena or apparitions any longer, they eventually die out. So hearing about raising their numbers by biting others, it's like they were vampires. In reality, that idea was probably copied from how vampires operated in the first place. But that is also why Rumia always saw zombies as something ranking below vampires, an existence interchangeable but not equal in standing. She looked down on them, put simply. But from the looks of it, the individual in front of her seemed to be a zombie, a walking corpse. If it isn't alive in the first place, it can't have any blood coursing through its veins. There was never any rule that zombies had no blood, so she never even once considered the possibility. She might have an abundance of knowledge, but applying it was a different matter. That's the kind of person she was, or so she saw herself now after being told by the zombie. In her head, she clapped her hands together in agreement. However, there was something else that she realized. I was taught by a zombie. Of all things, she was helped by something she considered far beneath herself. She was looked down upon by what she looked down on. For someone as prideful as her, this was devastating and humiliating, and that's why. There's no blood running through my body. So, sorry, I guess? Needless to say, the zombie bore no ill will. He didn't mean to sound condescending or arrogant. He felt no emotions like that in the first place. But of course, this also meant he wasn't being benevolent or sincere, either. He probably apologized because he considered it the right thing to do. However, to the young girl who had her pride shattered into 1,000 pieces by the same man not even a few minutes ago, it could only sound condescending, like he was pitying her, even. and that was enough to completely crush the last bit of pride she had left in her. Wah, unbefitting of her age, yet befitting of her appearance, she burst out in tears. What? Huh? While she had her teeth sunk into the zombie's neck, as if the dam had broken, large grains of tears fell down from her crimson-red eyes. How could you? Just when I thought I could finally fill my empty stomach. Why are you crying? What else do I have to do other than apologize? The tears came streaming out of Rumia's eyes like a broken faucet, drenching the zombie's t-shirt. Seeing no other option, the zombie reached for the girl's armpits and lifted her into the air, removing her fangs from his neck. Even now, there was no blood leaving from the open holes. Sniff. While her view was distorted because of her tears, Rumia desperately tried to confirm the situation she was in. But basically, this was like a further lifting up his daughter high into the air. Stop treating me like a little child. Sorry. The zombie apologized once more and put down Rumia. However, her broken pride was too shattered for it to recover just from being put down. So she continued her weeping as she sank to the ground. Even though the hem of her skirt had gotten dusty, she didn't have the necessary composure to pay any attention to it. So, what exactly do I do about this? I didn't mean to make you cry. So, the zombie bent his upper body and cocked his head. He was at an absolute loss on how to resolve this situation, his body language expressing as much. Oh, I know just the thing. By the time Rumia had even forgotten why she was crying this whole time, her blurry view focused on the vinyl bag that the zombie had placed beside his leg. He caught onto this, and so he crouched down while putting one hand in that bag. Here, wanna eat some? He said and opened the bag, revealing what was inside, a fresh and still pulsating human head. As expected of a zombie, he would attack humans and eat them. And although it was just the head, it still had the blood that Rumia so desperately desired. Her nose twitched a few times. The scent drifting up to her expressed the head's fresh taste further. That person must have still been alive just a few minutes prior. Will this cheer you up? The zombie presented the vinyl bag to Rumia. Her tears finally came to an end, and her reddened eyes gazed deeper inside the bag. When her brain comprehended that it was a head, she snatched it out of the zombie's fingers immediately. She embraced the bag with her small body and then glared back at the zombie. I won't take it. You can have it, so don't worry about anything. Rumia still seemed a bit distrustful as she grabbed the head with both her hands, sucking up the blood that dripped from the neck, almost like a straw. The sound of gulping came from her own throat, which resulted in her expression softening quite a lot. It must have been a surreal sight. A woman hundreds of years old, in the body of an adorable young girl, was gleefully sucking the blood out of a severed head. And yet, the zombie simply smiled like it was the most natural thing in the world. And like this, the two peculiar individuals met beneath the moon that was once stopped from being full. From now on, their story began. A girl who was always alone, and a boy with nothing inside of him. Their relationship was unlike any other, and so was this odd boy meets girl encounter. Rumia reluctantly moved her mouth away from the severed head after she finished sucking it dry from all its blood. Then, she used her finger to wipe the blood stuck to her mouth. A faint sigh of satisfaction left her mouth. Was it good? Very much so, Rumia nodded along in the heat of the moment. But she quickly realized something. The zombie was still crouching down to meet her line of sight, and she did respond in the heat of the moment. But the fact that she accepted a present like this from a zombie still hadn't changed. Put simply, she felt like she had been fed by him, and that only shattered her pride even further. This is just the worst day ever. What's wrong? Do you still need more? Rumia roared in anger, which left the zombie rather bewildered since she had just calmed down from bawling her eyes out. Her emotions were in an incredibly unstable state as if she was the personification of her emotions. However, the zombie didn't seem to mind at all, treating her like it wasn't that big of a deal. Of course, that in itself made it seem like he simply wasn't bothered by any of this, which definitely didn't help Rumia's mood. But his lack of emotion at the latest helped in calming her down and losing all anger and sadness to the point she just felt exhausted. I'm going home. She felt defeated and humiliated, so she just threw these words at the zombie and turned around. Then let me take you home. Why? The zombie's offer certainly didn't please Rumia. She stopped in her tracks and turned around, giving the man a suspicious look. However, the young man didn't seem to mind that and continued his reasoning. I can't have you walking around on your own this late. But you do realize that I am a vampire, yes? Oh, I know. But it's still too dangerous to let a young girl like you walk around alone. Why are you so persistent all of a sudden? Are you the type who pushes their own values onto others? Not at all. Anyway, where's your home? Clearly you are. You're acting like I already gave you consent. Rumia retorted and held her head in disbelief. After everything she had been through, she really didn't want to keep up this facade much longer. She just wanted to get home and escape from that young man. However, that is when she realized something crucial. Why did he not change his opinion? Why did he not listen to her? She looked over at the zombie, directly gazing into his eyes. Realizing that she was staring at him, he maintained an unwavering smile, his black eyes reflecting the crimson glint from Rumia's. He was looking directly into her eyes. So why are you not listening to me? Section. Charm, that is one of the many abilities a vampire has, and also the one Rumia despises the most. It activates as soon as the other person looks into her burning red eyes. Once that happens, she has complete control over her target, holding power over them and forcing them to listen to any order, or so it should have been. You don't feel anything when you look into my eyes? Nope. Should I? The zombie responded. The tone in his voice remained the same, yet typically different from the people who had fallen victim to Rumia's charm. However, there was also something alien in his manner of speaking, to begin with. Almost as if she wasn't even talking to a human. Then again, that should be expected if you are talking to a zombie. But that aside, met with this unprecedented event, Rumia was not only confused, but she was also utterly bewildered. Confused, deranged, panicky, but amongst all that, she failed to realize something, that this person might be the one she had been looking for all this time. Hello? Everything okay? Dare? What? Don't you dare tell us all. About what? Rumia dropped her gaze down at the asphalt and mumbled in a quiet voice, but the zombie seemed simply confused. He probably didn't connect the dots as to what was going on. In response, Rumia growled lightly while biting her lips and spoke up louder while swallowing her embarrassment. That I cried. Under any regular circumstances, she would simply rely on her charm to make him shut up and save herself the embarrassment. However, when it came to this zombie, the charm apparently didn't work at all. She couldn't forcefully silence him like this. But what else could she do? Killing him was probably her last resort. I won't tell anybody. You're not lying, are you? Rumia grew only more suspicious at the zombie's nonchalant words, giving him a sideways glance. In response to that, the zombie closed his eyes, revealing the bags under them, and nodded. I don't gain anything from that, nor do I feel like doing so, either. Or would it be better if I told people? Absolutely not. I see. Rumia roared so harshly that she almost spit everywhere, but the zombie's attitude did not change whatsoever. Emotions too difficult to express whirled around within Rumia, and she pressed one finger on her lips, which spasmed even without her will. She then glared at the zombie. He simply smiled at her. However, it was a smile like it was pasted on him. This agitated her once more. She cleared her throat once, telling herself that she had to relax a bit. All she knew about him was that he was a zombie. Anyway, now that I think about it. What's up? What's your name? The zombie did not respond. Judging from their conversation so far, Rumia assumed she would get another blunt and immediate response, but that was not the case. When she looked to her side, the zombie had vanished from her side. For a moment, she assumed he had simply run away from her, but he was actually standing still a few meters behind her. He showed no signs of moving, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Well, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Really? I was just a bit surprised. That was the first time someone ever asked for my name. That never happened before? Rumia asked with a dubious tone, met with a nod from the zombie. She found it hard to believe that this was the first time. The zombie continued to walk and caught up with Rumia. You wanna know my name? Yeah. I introduced myself earlier, but I haven't heard your name yet. That's not fair, right? Of course, Rumia herself didn't quite understand what sort of argument she was trying to make. It was obviously rather desperate of an attempt. As a result, even the zombie started thinking to himself. "I can't remember," he said. "You can't remember?" "I don't remember anything from before I became a dead body." "Oh, and naturally, that includes my own name." "Even your own name?" "Yeah." The zombie nodded and sped up a bit. Because of that, she couldn't see his expression. "I don't even have a name." Creating a zombie didn't always mean you brought that person back to life. It may be a rebirth, a recovery, or a reincarnation. Boiled down, zombies were just a technology to make dead bodies move. They are dummies, mannequins, and puppets. So you don't remember who you were at all before becoming a zombie? Yup, not a single thing. And how does that feel? Hasn't troubled me so far, so I don't exactly miss them. I see. Not remembering one's past was another symptom of living for more than 400 years. In that sense, she felt rather jealous of his blunt attitude toward it. "My home's right over there. You can just head off here." "All right, be careful on your way." Rumia walked past the zombie, who showed an innocent yet also a vapid smile, and watched her off while waving his hand, only for him to follow after her again. "Hey." Rumia turned half her body around, her mood slowly turning sour, matching her movement. Her black and white skirt with all its frills twirled around. "You can stop following me now." "You say that, but my place is also that way." The zombie smiled and pointed over at Rumia's own place. It seemed like their homes were awfully close. This realization sent shivers down Rumia's spine. After all, the place she currently lived was something she actually wanted to keep a secret from others. Section. If you look up at the sky, you should be able to see the ocean of stars and the moon blessing you with soothing light. However, that was not possible in this district of the big city because the sky was blocked by buildings left and right. Understandably, since they all had at least 20 floors each. If you wanted to live in such a luxurious apartment tower, you would have to win the lottery. And as such, Rumia lived in a worn-down apartment at the side of the road. Truly, the depressing apartment building rules them all. It was so worn down it felt 2 generations behind current development, looking gloomy even during the bright day, and it was awfully damp and muggy. This is actually a great place. Even during the day, it doesn't get any sunlight, and since nobody else lives here, it's peaceful and quiet. The zombie didn't even say anything. And yet Rumia felt the urge to make excuses like that. She looked up at his face, but he looked as indifferent about everything as before. It made her feel like an idiot for being so desperate. "It is darkest under the lamp post, is what you would call this, I guess?" What made him say such a proverb? Because this place was rather dark and gloomy, surrounded by all the high-rise buildings. Rumia found it hard to pin it down because he was onto something, but also off at the same time. "Anyway, this is where we actually part ways. Thanks for taking me home." "I appreciate it," Rumia thanked the zombie all the while raising one eyebrow. "You're welcome." With the zombie responding behind her, she walked through the garden fully overgrown with grass, headed up the rusty stairs, and opened the door to her own room. On a whim, she turned back to look at the place where she just stood. The zombie was still here. And when he caught onto her gaze, his expression softened into something of a smile and he waved his hand at her. HMPH. Rumia cleared her throat once and then entered her own room, as expected from the apartment complex itself. The inside was pitch black. For a vampire who lives in the dead of night, this darkness was just fine, but she still turned on the light regardless. The light bulbs flickered a few times until they turned on properly. It was a small room that didn't offer much space, a lot of it taken by the books piled up in the corner of the room, with her absolute necessities placed in the center of them. But there wasn't much to begin with, meaning that it was always clean and didn't need much attention. "What a horrible day this way," Rumia cursed toward the silence greeting her. She proceeded to take off the dress wrapped around her small and compact body and changed into the black camisole she would usually wear during the night. No stains or wrinkles anywhere, right? She made sure that the only dress she had was clean and had no wrinkles to then put it on a clothes hanger. With this, The sage vampire, who has been alive for over 400 years, had returned to her original form, lazing around wearing nothing but a thin camisole. This sight alone invited a certain amount of sympathy. However, to distract herself from this depressing fact, Rumia hummed to herself and placed the hanger on the rail hanging above the window, only to spot the zombie walking around outside. He didn't seem to realize that Rumia was staring at him, the same smile on his face, as he entered the flat right behind Rumia's apartment building. What he had to pay in a month in terms of rent, Rumia probably could live off for 3 whole years. It most likely had an automatic clock together with a bath. The room itself must be at least 5 times the size of Rumia's. It even had a gigantic parking lot that could fit hundreds of cars underground, lining up several sports cars. Meanwhile, Rumia's room amassed maybe 10 square meters. No indoor heating or AC, no bath. The toilets are shared, and you could probably open up holes if you smashed the walls hard enough. Of course, there was no underground parking lot either, and if you touched the pillars of the building, it looked close to breaking down at any moment. It was odd how these 2 buildings were placed in the same district. The difference in wealth was almost oppressive, but what mattered more than anything was the realization that she had lost. She had lost even when it came to where they lived. Whatever, I'm just gonna sleep. Tears built in her red eyes, getting her long eyelashes wet. She bit her lips and slid into her futon laid out on the floor. Sniff. A faint weeping noise could be heard but eventually disappeared by the time the sky turned bright. Section. The following morning, the doorbell rang several times without any mercy for the inhabitant, which eventually pulled Rumia out of her sweet slumber. Who is trying to annoy me first thing in the morning? It was currently 10 a.m. in the morning. Naturally, for a vampire, this was in the dead of the night. She pushed her upper body out from the futon and used her fingers to comb her long and glossy silver hair while using her other hand to rub her sleepy eyes. During that whole time, the doorbell continued ringing over and over. Can they not even wait a few minutes? Rumia hissed while feeling aggravated at this stress early in her day. After she cleaned herself up so that she could appear in front of people, she opened her front door just barely to ensure that no light could come in. She then opened the door fully and checked who was bothering her this early. To her surprise, it was the zombie she had just met the previous day. Oh? You're not wearing the dress today? Despite Rumia's disgruntled expression, the zombie maintained his listless attitude and smiled faintly. His remark allowed Rumia to finally realize that she was still wearing her camisole and nothing else. However, dressing up just for him was not something she was willing to do, so she pretended she didn't hear him. All she had to do was chase him away. That shouldn't take long. Do you sleep with your clothes on or something? Well, I guess you got a point. So, what do you want? Rumia closed the door slightly to use it as a shield and then glared at the zombie. I just wanted to hang out a bit. Should I not have? That's surprising. I also brought something with me. The zombie carried another plastic bag with him, showing it off to Rumia. She could pick up the scent of blood from the bag. More accurately, there were 4 large plastic bottles, all filled to the brim with blood. Rumia couldn't stop herself from gulping audibly. She did have her fill yesterday thanks to the blood from the severed head, but it was not enough to fill her stomach. Well, fine. There are some things I've wanted to ask you as well. Rumia reluctantly agreed and opened the door. Be it a person or a monster, one cannot beat their own hunger and thirst. Rumia fully opened the door and invited the zombie into her home. If possible, I'd like to stay inside during the day, so feel free to join me. You're sounding like a total shut-in. Never mind, leave this instant. Or so she said, but she already invited him once, so she could not turn him away. Even if it was someone she absolutely could not stand. As for the bottles of blood, she left them at the entrance where it was a bit cooler. As her own room had no fridge or freezer, this was the only location where she could place her beverage. However, in doing so, she realized something crucial. She had forgotten to change her clothes, and now that he was inside, she couldn't just kick him out again. This place is a lot more modest than what I expected from you. The zombie sat down in front of the low dining table, looking around the barren room. Modest, he said. Well, he's not wrong. No furniture in sight, But I see those books over there. I do like books. Is that an issue? Anyway, I only have water. Will that be good enough for you? Yeah, it's fine. I can only eat corpses anyway. The zombie declined with the most zombie reason to ever be conceived. Romeo sat down across from him, placing a cup of black tea in front of her. That's black tea, right? The zombie asked while pointing at the cup Rumia carried to her mouth. Rumia gave him a dubious glance and nodded. You don't know black tea? Oh, I do. I know it exists. I just haven't seen it myself yet. He took a glance at it, commenting on its distinct color. In response, Rumia blinked at him in confusion a few times. That's right. He has no memories from before he turned into a zombie. That means he's basically like an android on factory settings. He doesn't know anything, doesn't understand anything. He does have a certain degree of knowledge and can talk about it like pre-installed perimeters. However, there was a chance he hadn't been a zombie for a long time just yet if his knowledge only reached this deep. So when have you been reborn? Not too long ago. I don't remember the exact date, but I could estimate half a year ago. Oh? Romeo showed genuine surprise. He didn't look like he was rotting away, so he seemed more like a new sort of zombie, but she didn't expect it to be this fresh. And so, you've never even had black tea before? Nope. What a shame. It's so delicious. Rumia let out a snicker and offered it to the zombie. It smells good, right? The zombie showed a gesture of taking a whiff of the tea, but his expression turned into an apologetic one. Sorry, I can't really tell, he said. You can't tell from the smell? I mean, I know it does give off a scent, but I can't really figure out which one it is. The zombie crossed his arms and thought about it for a moment before delivering his answer. That said, he himself sounded anything but confident. Maybe it's the same as knowing what sort of words you're looking at but being unable to discern from where they are and what they mean. Rumia chewed on the zombie's words while taking a sip from the tea. It might be just a cheap blend, but it had a calming taste and smell. She felt a small glimmer of superiority toward the zombie and then decided to focus on the task at hand. She looked directly into his eyes, and he returned the look, and yet, his expression remained the same. No change occurred. However, that in itself was odd. Not after he had looked into Romeo's eyes while they gazed at each other. And they were doing so for several seconds, too. In fact, Romeo had gotten a bit conscious of their long gaze, causing her cheeks to turn into a faint pink. Inadvertently, she averted her eyes. Just who are you anyway? Well, the zombie cocked his head. It felt rather odd. Like there was absolutely no emotion packed into his words. He would probably always narrow his eyes like he does right now, whether he felt confused, whether he felt hurt, or even saddened. It carried no deeper meaning beyond being his standard gesture. A slight move of his facial muscles. I am a zombie, he eventually responded. The fact that I can move without blood in me is enough proof of that, right? That reminds me. Why do you have no blood in you anyway? Apparently, I don't need it. That is quite the abrupt reason. What else? Right, the person who created me seemingly sought to create a human. Wouldn't there be plenty of a reason to add blood then? The person who made me would constantly ask things such as what even makes a human? Human? Was one a human if they had blood running through their veins? Were they human even without blood? What about the brain? Does a brain make one human? Are you a human as long as you are alive, or does it not matter if you are dead or alive? What makes a human? What even is a human in simple terms? My creator thoroughly researched the way of the human being. See, were they a philosopher? I think that's pretty close. That person kept on asking questions and answering them on their own. Worked on my body by adding ears, a mouth, eyes, and a nose to my brain, or exchanging my fingers with my toes. Bleg. The zombie's nonchalant explanation created an urge to vomit inside of Rumia, as she stuck out her tongue to cope with it. Still, why would you even ask me that out of the blue? I guess because I was curious about something. Rumia observed the zombie's whole body while giving an honest answer. Granted, his appearance was like a zombie. That was an irrefutable fact. However, simply accepting a reality where her charm didn't work just because he was a zombie didn't sit right with her. There must be something else there. And Rumia wanted to know the whole truth. You know, my eyes have the ability to control others. And so, she decided to come clean about her own eyes, too. They allow me to carry absolute power over someone. Have them listen to every order I give them. And so, when you looked into my eyes and showed no reaction whatsoever, I felt it rather odd. I see, the zombie raised his voice like everything had fallen into place. Yet despite that, his voice sounded as listless as always, showing no fluctuation. It felt like a machine was trying to sound more human, yet failed in the process. The zombie placed his hand on his chest. It might have seemed like he was going to introduce himself, but judging from his following words, he was actually pointing at his own chest. After all, you see, I don't have a heart. However, what he pointed at was actually not present within his body. Section. Apparently, I am what people call a neurological zombie. Romeo seemed more than bewildered at his statement of not having a heart, but the zombie continued unperturbed. Huh? You don't know? Apparently, it's a word to describe a type of zombie. I do know the word. But what about it? Romeo Selviason, the sage vampire, didn't learn about such a thing in order to differentiate types of zombies. Rather, a neurological zombie was a way to express the philosophical workings of the heart, acting more as a thought experiment than anything. There was a young man, who was also a zombie. As such, his body did not rot, and he looked and acted like a regular human, too. Assuming that such a zombie existed, even if you spent years with him, you wouldn't be able to differentiate if he was a zombie or not. After all, they laugh and get angry and cry just like any other human being. However, they didn't do that consciously. They don't smile when they are happy. It is only their facial muscles that soften and relax. They don't glare at someone when they're angry. They just furrow their brow. All the expressions shown on their faces are just the changing of muscles, nothing more. They don't have a heart, after all. They are a vapid existence. A neurological zombie. On a side note, the zombie you'll be able to discern with their actions alone is what you call a behavioral zombie. Oftentimes, human-created androids fall under the same categories, and if you want to differentiate deeper than just zombies have no blood running through them, then you would go to that level of terminology. That said, his being a neurological zombie would explain a lot. He was a monster who looked like a human being, yet lacked a heart. Instead of being immune to Romeo's ability to control others, there was simply no heart to control in the first place. So you don't have a conscience either? Seems like it. Then you don't even know how you feel right now? Nor do I know how I should be feeling at this moment. I see. Rumia bluntly responded with a few words and took another sip of the tea. She used this time to think. A neurological zombie. A heartless zombie. Leaving aside the thought of whether a zombie actually needed a heart or not, Rumia just knew one thing. How interesting, she muttered and showed a smirk. You are very interesting. Really? Rumia pointed at the zombie with a delighted smile, but the zombie didn't know how to respond. So he just cocked his head. Don't you feel happy? I am praising you. Is that something to feel happy about? Of course. I rarely utter praise for anybody. I see. Thank you. I appreciate it. That took a lot out of you. Huh? I just don't know what is right or wrong. What do you mean? Being happy, or finding something interesting, anything connected to expressions like that. You just have to smile, that's all. Just like this. Rumia lifted the corners of her mouth up with her fingers. Like this? The zombie copied Romeo's movement, forcefully lifting up the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes remained as listless as before, just making it seem like he was playing with a clay face. That smile is so boring. Why? Because it has no heart. You're just pulling up your mouth. I mean, that's to be expected, the zombie said. I don't have a heart, after all. Rumia's opinion remained the same in that it was a very boring conclusion. However, in turn, this also meant that her charm wouldn't be able to control him. He is someone she can talk with without having to worry about her ability. This may not be the perfect outcome, but it was all she could have ever wished for, as long as she moved past that flaw. Of course, removing it was impossible either way. But you're interesting. My smile is? No, that one is more silly than anything. The zombie was still pulling up the corners of his mouth to create a fake smile only until Romeo told him to quit it. But even so, a faint snicker left her lips. She couldn't remember the last time she let out a laugh while talking with someone like this, possibly even longer than 400 years ago. You're the first person my eyes don't work on. And that's why I find you so interesting. Wouldn't you be annoyed that your ability doesn't work on me? Not at all. Actually, Rumia puffed out her small chest. Even without having to rely on that ability, I am plenty strong. I'm in no trouble even if it doesn't work. Someone's confident. Of course, because that is who I am. The zombie stopped forcing a smile and witnessed Romeo speak with utter confidence. Absolute confidence bordering arrogance. That is how you could describe her. That's amazing. You think so? Oh, I could never say that. I mean, who am I even? I don't have something to be so proud about. When he said so with a quiet voice, his expression did seem a bit dejected, as if he actually felt bothered by it. Like it actually bothered him. Rumia rubbed her eyes once and then got another look at him, but by then, his expression had turned to normal, creating a faint smile. Hey, as Rumia recovered from the shock of seeing that reaction, the zombie called out to her with the exact same tone of voice he did when they first met. There was no more gloomy aura to be found around him. Maybe I was just seeing things? She had probably seen something that wasn't there. It was a misunderstanding because there was no way he could actually show that sort of expression. Can I ask you a question, too? Go ahead if you want. Why are you living in a shabby place like this? The zombie wasn't looking at Rumia. His gaze was focused on the Gothlelite dress hanging next to the window. Is there something odd about my clothes? I thought only rich people with their own land would wear clothes like that. I don't think that's mandatory to wear a dress. Really? Really? But poor people wouldn't wear something like that. And what are you trying to say? Your clothes don't match this apartment. Or are you the type who's actually rich but pretends to be poor for a good image? Between left or right, which eye would you like to keep? It's nothing. Rumia awkwardly cleared her throat. That's not what it sounded like, though. When people are angry, their tone and presence changes, alongside their mannerisms. I see. So if I were to change my manner of speaking, it would seem like I'm angry? I don't think so. Even if people sounded and acted differently if they were angry doesn't mean that a change in any of their mannerisms equaled frustration or anger. One proposition might be true, but that wasn't absolute by any means. Of course, Romeo was to be blamed for forgetting what sort of person she was acting as and letting the anger get the better of her. However, even if the zombie were to change his tone and mannerisms to reflect anger, it probably wouldn't make him feel that way in the slightest. In fact, it was unclear if that very zombie was able to change his mannerisms to express that anger. As such, Rumia cleared her throat once to calm herself down. If this isn't about appearing likable, then are you just putting on a bold front? It appears that even dead bodies can feel suicidal. And yet again, her genuine feelings cracked through the mirror. A dead body can't die. Actually, just as the living can't live on forever. A sound argument from the zombie threw Rumia off, making her feel like she was the child in the situation. She pouted aggressively and then let out another sigh. She clenched her fists on her lap and grinned to reveal her white teeth. Of course, there was no reaction from the zombie. It's the opposite actually. Meaning? I'm not a poor person trying to pretend by wearing a dress. I actually have a reason to wear the dress and live in this shabby place. I see. And why is that? I'm being hunted. Hunted? By whom? Exorcists. Or I guess you call them onmyoji here in Japan? Oh, I see. He must have some sort of memory regarding those onmyoji, because he nodded along several times. I believe they are an organization that specializes in the extermination of apparitions and monsters, right? That's right. They are after me, Rumia explained without hiding her disdain. She had planned on staying in Japan to buy the newest releases of the manga she liked, but it turned into a longer trip thanks to that group. And so, I decided to hide here. Why here? If you have the ability to control the hearts of others, couldn't you have chosen a much better place? But you wouldn't expect someone like me to live here, right? Oh, I see. The zombie seemed to have understood what Rumia was playing at. Then again, he had enough common sense that her fancy dress and this shabby room didn't quite match up. Must be rough being on the run, huh? I am a vampire, so, understandably, They would fear me, Romeo said confidently, albeit with a glimmer of loneliness. Twist it as much as you want. Vampires are still monsters, and monsters are scary, feared, ostracized, all alone. The only sort of people appearing in front of her were those after her head. Nobody bothered to talk to her. Nobody bothered to spend time with her. They didn't attempt to look at her for who she was. A brief silence followed. Say, those curtains specifically block out sunlight, right? Do you know the concept of reading the mood? I sure do. Yup. Seems to me like you don't. Rumia held her head in disbelief. The more she talked with this zombie, the worse her headache got. You're right. And the best kind I could find, too. Rumia raised her hip. She reached for the pitch-black curtain and slightly opened it while glancing at the zombie. A glint of sunlight entered the room. If I don't do this, I'll burn up. She let her finger get hit by the sunlight. Immediately after, her finger lit up in flames, as she had accidentally set it on fire with oil. The flame encompassed her feeble finger, her flesh, her blood, her bones. They all burned up. Rumia watched this unfold like it was nothing of concern for her and then proceeded to close the curtain again, blocking off the light once more. When vampires are hit by sunlight, they burn up like that. It's a common template that every child nowadays knows. The fire vanished from her finger and she turned back toward the zombie, only for something to be placed on her head. Before she could even think what was going on, she was hit by something over and over. A dry sound and a dull pain followed. After about 5 times of that, Rumia finally realized that she was being hit by the zombie's clothes. He apparently grew so worried about Rumia's burning finger that he slapped her with his clothes to get rid of the fire. But that should be impossible. With no heart, he wouldn't be able to worry. If so, he simply did the natural thing of trying to put out a fire. No other thought went into his mind. The fire's gone. Also, you're hurting me, Rumia calmly exclaimed and pushed her hand toward the zombie, who came to a sudden halt. This allowed her to finally get a look at him. His upper body was naked because he used his clothes to get rid of the fire. His right shoulder, his left biceps, his left arm, his neck, the fingers on his left hand, his waist, his right armpit, all of it was snow white like he was sick, reflecting the fact that no blood ran through his body. However, there were marks of his body having been sewn together. Put your clothes back on, huh? Oh, right. Romeo struggled to look anywhere near the zombie and so urged him to fix his appearance. To her surprise, the zombie didn't even think about what he was doing and just passed his arms through his clothes once more. Hit over and over on the back of her hand, a stinging feeling remained, that said, he did all that out of good intentions, so she was willing to see past it. Are you okay, Rumia-chan? She immediately took back her earlier thought. That was simply unforgivable. She furrowed her brow to the maximum level and put her fingers together. She felt like she was fighting to keep a headache under control. Hold on a second, was I just hearing things? Did you just call me Chan by any chance? Be sure to cool it down immediately or a burn will remain. No, there won't be, but enough about my finger. Did you just call me Rumia-chan? Rumia's face was as red as a tomato as she flashed her fangs while quivering in rage. The skin around her finger had burned up completely, revealing her muscles in the process. Black smoke rose from it even now. However, it slowly recovered and returned back to normal. This was yet again another attribute of a vampire, their impressive regenerative ability. However, it's worth mentioning that this regeneration was slowed dramatically if the injury came from burns from the sunlight or any other burns. You do realize I've been alive for over 400 years now, right? I might not look like it, but I've lived longer than you can even imagine. So said Romeo Selviason, the prideful and stubborn vampire. The person who only looked down on others. Sorry. I didn't mean to insult you, Rumia-chan. Leave my home this instant. Rumia reached her boiling point after the zombie showed no signs of repenting, and so she pushed his back toward the door. She may have a small body, but she still had the strength of a vampire, so getting the zombie out of her room wasn't all that difficult. Don't ever come back a second time. She screamed with a beet red face and slammed the door shut. She held onto the doorknob for a while but slowly slid down on the ground after she heard the sound of footsteps descending the metal steps. Remembering everything that had transpired, the embarrassment and shame made her face burn brighter. No, this isn't who I'm supposed to be. Talking with a zombie always threw Rumia off her game. She felt like a robot who had been hacked and bombarded with interference. It's all his fault. He's making me like this. She remembered the zombie's face and flailed her legs up and down. She covered her red face with both her hands in an attempt to hide it. With the hand that the zombie had grabbed earlier, he was so cold. All human warmth was gone from his body as if he was an actual walking corpse. His hands were colder than ice, even, which was to be expected, since he was no human and simply moved based on what his brain told him. I guess I made her angry. The zombie walked his way back home and showered in the warm sunlight that Rumia would never be able to enjoy again. Then again, I could talk with her and even gave her my souvenir. That was his original goal. The reason why he went his way to Rumia's place. He remembered the plastic bottles he brought with him. I'll have to try harder to not make her angry next time, but how do I go on about doing that? The zombie smiled without any glint of hostility. It was the same smile of a neurological zombie with no evil, no bad intent, no good intent, no joy, no affection, no nothing. Still, he raised his hand so that the sunlight could directly shine down on it. The light itself must have been rather bright, as he narrowed his eyes. Just like the rest of his body, his hand was as white as snow. Her hand felt really warm. He muttered without a change in expression. However, the tone of his voice changed faintly, almost as if he was happy. Chapter 2. I went on a date with a zombie. The people of old said that what happens twice will always happen 3 times. When Rumia first heard that saying, she wondered why they didn't rephrase it to what happens once will always happen twice. But thinking back on it, they probably just saw it as a play on words to raise the certainty. Leaving that aside, the reason why this occurs is because we learn of something, recognize its name, and then become aware of it. This is how people draw something into their own world. Humans have a clear way of treating something they know, and something they don't know. The same could be said about yokai and monsters, too. You don't run into monsters you don't know, but meet those you do. Once you learn of them, recognize them, and become aware of their existence, you can meet them. If you don't, then you can't meet them. The same works for human relationships too. If you don't know of them, become aware of them, then you can't form a relationship. Not as long as you understand your feelings and recognize their existence. Becoming friends, allies, family, or even lovers is utterly impossible. And he is a neurological zombie, and Rumia found out that he possessed no heart just a few days ago. As always, Rumia spent the day locked up in her apartment, sleeping in her futon while she remained hidden from her mortal enemy, the sunlight, like a true vampire would. Thanks to the sunlight blocking curtains, not a single glint of light entered the room, leaving it pitch black. This allowed her to sleep peacefully without a worry in the world. Utter silence reigned. Only her faint breathing could be heard, however, that was immediately interrupted by the sound of a ringing doorbell that was probably close to breaking down at this point. Snuggled up into her futon, Rumia moved once when she heard the noise, but she quickly went back to bed as if she was trying to tell whoever was watching that she didn't hear a thing. However, the person ringing the doorbell wasn't so omnipotent, let alone skilled at reading the mood, that the doorbell kept on ringing several times. After the 50th time, Rumia finally managed to snuggle out of her futon. For crying out loud, I'm trying to sleep over here. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. Looking at the time, it was currently 7 a.m. Only 1 hour had passed since she actually went to bed. She made her way over to the door on wobbly feet and checked the location of the sun despite her sleep-deprived state, carefully opening the door. Yes, who is it? Standing there was the zombie. To say the least, she was shocked. All the sleepiness vanished in an instant. She blinked at him several times until reality set in and her expression changed into one of displeasure. Good morning, Romeo-san. Great weather we're having today. Though I guess for a vampire like you, I guess a clear sky like this would be anything but good. The zombie smiled and cocked his head. It appeared as if he didn't even remotely understand why Romeo had such an expression on her face. Or more accurately, he probably couldn't comprehend what that expression even meant. Meanwhile, Romeo tapped her toes on the floor, crossing her arms while glaring at the zombie. I told you to never come back a second time, right? You sure did. You're not going to tell me you didn't understand what that meant, right? Well, that second time was actually the day you kicked me out, so this is the third time. Stop counting, you sassy zombie. The zombie folded a finger for each time he had met Romeo. Was he just teasing her after all? No, Romeo knew that couldn't be the case. At least, he wasn't doing so consciously. Even now, he looked down at her, quite long considering their difference in height, without any particular expression on his face. All right. Then I'll be clearer this time. I don't want to see you again. Anyway, here, I got something for you. The zombie ignored Romeo's hissing comment. Instead, he pushed something her way. It was something long, wrapped in gift wrapping. It reached up to Romeo's waist, even decorated with a red ribbon. Of course, she found it hard to believe that he himself wrapped this. It must have been the work of an employee where he bought it. And what is that? An apology/present. I made you angry last time, right? Romeo was completely taken aback by this, even more so because of the zombie's answer. An apology? A present? Even a neurological zombie like him could understand Romeo's anger. However, he didn't quite grasp why she was angry. HHMPH. I guess you can be a bit cute if you want to be. I read in a book that you should give people a present if you make them angry. What was the book called? Something like The Way to Hit on Girls. Do this and they're as easy as pie. Romeo got pissed and kicked the zombie out of the room. As a result, his left foot was pointing in a strange direction as he climbed back up the iron stairs, but he didn't seem to mind it. From the looks of it, he had no pain sensors in his body. Can't you at least read some proper books instead? I figured I'd be able to use it. How would you use that knowledge? Well, didn't you cheer up after I gave you a present? So what? In times like these, it is best to just stop any sort of discussion that isn't in your favor. Instead, she focused on the present in her hands. The inside felt sturdy and perfect to swing around as a weapon. It might be a wooden sword or something of that sort, and if that was the case, she could immediately test it out on the zombie in front of her. She opened the bag with a bit of unease in her handling, thinking about what sort of sense in terms of gifts that zombie would even have. Of course, she only felt worried about this while ripping the wrapping apart, but what greeted her inside was an umbrella, specifically a parasol. It had black as its base color with white frills all around, looking like it was a giant bat. I didn't know what sort of color you'd like, so I took the clothes you were wearing as a reference. Do you like it? Needless to say, she absolutely loved it. Soku. Romeo just barely managed to keep the words she wanted to scream inside her throat. She cleared her throat once, feeling her cheeks growing hotter. Well, not bad of a choice. I have to say I appreciate it. With a radiating glimmer in her eyes, Romeo opened up the parasol and whirled round on the spot. It was a bit too big almost for her, probably meant for an adult to use. Do you like it? HHMPH, it's alright, Romeo said while fighting the urge to start grinning. The zombie confirmed this and then clapped his hands together. Alright, then let's head out. Huh? Gotta put that parasol to good use, right? He said and pointed at the parasol in her hands. Or are you going to tell me that burning when coming in contact with the sunlight actually means that you can't even go outside during the day? You are correct. As long as the sunlight doesn't come in contact with me, I won't burn. Even if I'm up this early in the morning, when other vampires would be sound asleep, there won't be any issue at all. Great. So as long as you stay under the parasol, we'll be fine. The zombie remained utterly oblivious to Romeo's sharp remarks. Let's eat lunch together. Is that also meant as an apology? I read that people are happy if they are treated to food. Or is that wrong? Where are you even getting all this information from? Is it that book again? Yeah, the same book. I'm surprised you could tell. Say, Do you enjoy getting on people's nerves? If you could explain the emotion of enjoying something to me, I should be able to give you an answer to that. How am I supposed to explain that? It functions on the same principle as liking someone. Who could fully explain an emotion like that? Emotions and feelings can't be logically explained, and even if you see emotions as some sort of electrical current running through your brain, it's still in the realm of being a fantasy. So, Rumia-cha, what? Rumia-san, I also learned about what people from overseas would often enjoy eating when coming to Japan. Realizing that continuing his words would only evoke more of Romia's anger, the zombie stopped his words once and then adjusted. Romia still glared at him. HMPH, and where are you planning on taking me? We're going to eat sushi together. Section. Hearing the word sushi, the eyes of Rumia, a foreigner in this country, lit up like stars in the night sky. As the island is rather isolated by the large sea around it, it must be the reason why this tradition spread across the whole country, regular rice with a slice of fish on top. And if asked if Rumia was curious about this delicacy, then she had to say she was. For that reason, she immediately agreed with the zombie's suggestion. As expected, she attracts all the good things. She changed from her thin roomwear into her usual goth Lolita dress with all its frills in full beauty, carried the open parasol above her head, and then met up with the zombie who waited downstairs. It seemed like the parasol did a great job of blocking out the sunlight, and she didn't suffer any burns while walking outside. The zombie then started walking and joined up next to Rumia. She leaned the umbrella to the side and looked up at the zombie. Where are we going to eat the sushi? Right over there, the zombie responded. It's the one going in circles. Going in circles? Using the sushi like a drill or something? Basically, it's the cheaper version. The expensive one doesn't go in circles. Hearing that it would be the cheap version, the exceptionally prideful vampire Romia started pouting. As the zombie looked down at her for confirmation, she used this chance to glare up at him. Hey, I'd like to try the one that doesn't go in circles. Would that be too much to ask? I don't think that'll work out. They're not open at this time, nor have I been there yet myself, the zombie responded. Rumia sighed and accepted her defeat. It really seemed like her charm was not working on him. He wouldn't do as she told him to. She couldn't push her way through. But that is exactly why he was so intriguing. He might be able to help accomplish exactly what Rumia wanted. So far, she had only been surrounded by people who treated her like a master. It was just like her relationship with the ancestor. But that was all she ever had. She didn't know any other dynamic but a master and servant. Be it a family, be it friends, be it lovers. Having feelings for someone, wanting to be with someone. She didn't know how such a relationship worked. She didn't even know what was real or fake. But with him, I might finally be able to experience a different relationship. Of course, if asked for a specific example of what she had in mind, she wouldn't be able to answer. She might be able to learn something new that she had not experienced before. She might be able to change something about this, and he might be the person for that. Granted, it was a bit regrettable that it ended up being him of all people, but alas, you really are interesting. Rumia let out a faint snicker and looked at the zombie. He only gave her a dubious glance while cocking his head. Shouldn't you call me boring if I decline your request? Why am I interesting now? That fact alone is what I consider interesting. Oh, that's pretty boring. Now I feel like you're making fun of me. Don't ever do that again. But seriously, why did it have to be him? All sorts of emotions filled Rumia and came together like a raging storm. How difficult, the zombie said while tilting his head. Section. The restaurant with the cheap sushi was surprisingly close. Just outside the area where you'd see all the high-rise buildings lined up next to each other. The outside appearance made it clear that this wasn't a strict business-oriented place that pushed people away who weren't worth the money, and instead welcomed every soul inside. For that reason, when the two reached the place in question, it was already rather crowded, despite it still being fairly early in the morning. Maybe today was actually a holiday or a weekend day for the outside world? Rumia wouldn't know as the vampire she is. Still, lining up for a long time sounded like a pain to her. And she made this clear to the zombie. We're not going to line up, right? Of course not. I actually have a reservation. The zombie walked past the line of people and entered the restaurant, and Romeo wanted to follow after him, but a certain problem occurred. "Next please, reservation number 12. "Oh, that's us," the zombie said. "Please head over to seat 12. "Let's go, Romeo-san." The zombie tilted his head again. For some reason, Romeo was still standing outside the restaurant. She glared at the front entrance, tightly gripping her parasol as she bit her lips. "What's the hold-up?" "I can't." Vampires actually have a lot of weaknesses. Leaving aside sunlight, they can't stand the smell of garlic or other strong herbs, and they try to stay away from anything that is silver in it. Any injuries caused by flames also take longer to regenerate. She can't cross running water, nor can she take a bath. They need to sleep in a coffin that is filled with soil from their hometown. 2. Anything religious like a cross or a talisman, holy things like holy water or the like. Religious symbolism in general was a great enemy, and having faith in a religion was out of the question. If she had her heart pierced by a metal stake, she would die. There were also other pointless rules like having to count each and every seed you find and count them, or trying to untie the knot on a rope. What was a lot more troublesome however was the rule that, as long as she wasn't invited into a place she visited for the first time, she was not able to enter. Dear customer, your partner has already cleared up the reservation, so you're free to come inside. Yes, I know. Now that she received a formal invitation, the invisible chains binding her vanished, and she was allowed inside. The windows were completely covered with advertisements hanging inside and outside the glass, the inside lit up by lamps hanging on the ceiling. At the very least, Rumia wouldn't have to worry about the sunlight burning her. So she closed her parasol. "Must be hard being a vampire." "Quite so. I'm rather jealous of you, not having to abide by any binding rules." Strictly speaking, a zombie didn't have any such issues as a vampire does. How would you kill a zombie? Cut his cervical vertebrae or slice off his head and destroy his brain, but that would kill any regular human being, too. In fact, he seemed rather weak in that regard. However, it's also what you would expect from a zombie. He then walked up to his seat and pointed at an open chair for Rumia. She moved in front of that seat and then let out a cry of shock. She watched the sushi pass her by on the lane, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What is that?" "The sushi is going in circles. That is what I told you, right?" "I didn't think it'd be like that." "What did you think it was like?" She thought that they would be twirling around on a drill or on a spinning plate, but she was too embarrassed to say that out loud. Instead, she cleared her throat and calmed down her excited mind, sitting down at the table. Immediately after, a rice ball with a piece of fish on top of it arrived. The food placed on the lane just went around in circles. Witnessing this, Rumia couldn't hide her excitement, even though it had no meaning other than regular entertainment. She decided to first grab some tuna sushi. It was one of the most basic types of sushi, or so she read about it in a book. It had oily and red sliced fish on top of it, and the rice ball itself was a bit shiny. Clearly, it wasn't made with regular rice but with vinegared rice. Just looking at it led to saliva building in Romia's mouth, so she swallowed it down and carried the sushi into her mouth. "Oh yeah, most of the sushi here actually has some wasabi in it." "Are you fine with wasabi?" "Nghhhh." A distinct spiciness filled Romia's mouth. It reached up all the way to her nose, creating a different taste of spice compared to mustard that Romeo was forced to hold her mouth and struggle in agony. This is wasabi?" "Oh, were you bad with spicy food?" No, I was just a bit surprised." "Huh?" She wanted to drink some water to rinse out her mouth and wipe her lips. Looking over at the zombie in front of her, he had no issue eating mackerel sushi. Wasn't he supposed to be able to only eat dead bodies? You know, fish fillets are all pretty much the same without much variation, so it's really hard to tell the difference. "Surely, you would be able to tell if you're eating tuna or mackerel, right?" "Only their colors look different to me," he said. "There's gotta be more, right?" "How insensitive can you be? That'd be the same as going to an art museum and saying that all the art pieces looked identical." "I thought you couldn't eat normal food?" Rumio asked. "Oh, right." The zombie seemed confused at first, but he looked at his food and delivered an explanation. Strictly speaking, this is a dead body, so it's not against the rules. Granted, these sashimi, the fish fillets, were pretty much the mangled carcasses of fresh fish, but is it really the appropriate thing to say in this place where other people are enjoying their food? Or maybe he just doesn't realize that what he said was in bad manners for the place we're in. Looking at his plate, it was all just the leftover rice that he couldn't eat. What a waste. Well, I can't tell what it tastes like. It's just like the smell, he said while stuffing his mouth with some more mackerel. He could pick up the scent, but couldn't quite tell what sort of scent it was. Rumia remembered the zombie saying something like that before, so he could probably taste it but not categorize it at all. What a shame, really. Having a tasty meal was one of the greatest joys one could have. Though, he technically didn't have the emotional capacity to experience such joy. Of course, she couldn't feel bad for him, either, as he himself wouldn't anyway. Anyway, if you don't like wasabi, should we order something else? Like I said, I don't mind spicy food. Though, can we even order here? Yes. With this device here, the zombie went ahead and ordered some dessert in the shape of ice cream. After a short time passed, a machine shaped like a bullet train ran on the rails above the lane, carrying grape-flavored ice cream like regular goods. The zombie then grabbed it from the lane and placed it in front of Rumia. Here you go. Oh, there's quite a lot here, I see. She scooped up some ice cream and carried it to her mouth. A cold and sweet taste melted away and spread across her tongue. The way she slightly moved her mouth almost became seductive. Once she finished her ice cream, she realized that the zombie had been looking at her the whole time. What is it? Do I have something on my face? A pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth? Yeah. That's not what I meant. She gave him a suspicious look and grabbed some salmon from the lane, putting it into her mouth. I don't like it when people stare at my face. It's not that, the zombie said to correct himself. Looking at your face eating the fish made me think that I could also eat it while enjoying it this much. Rumia almost spit out the rice she still had in her mouth. She coughed several times and then glared at the zombie. He didn't seem to have any idea what he even just said, just munching on the fish with a deadpan look on his face. He moved his mouth like a mouse that ran along the asphalt to eat some trash. Could he be copying Rumia? The way people eat, the way they chew on their food to experience the taste. Am I doing well? I think you're putting up a good fight. This is pretty difficult. Without showing any frustration shining through, the zombie carried another slice of fish to his mouth. He didn't even show a hint of tasting it, just swallowing it whole. He wasn't even excited at the intake, just seeing it as a way to fill his stomach. In the end, it carried no value. You were coughing violently earlier, right? Want something to drink? They have tomato juice here. That doesn't even come close to actual blood. Absolutely not. Rumia pouted once more and thought back to a past mistake when the zombie's eyes opened a bit more than usual. He seemed to have realized something in his sight, but before Rumia could ask what was going on, he had already leaned across the table, reaching out for Rumia's face with his hand. His slender and thin hands where even the skin looked stuck to the bone, and he now touched Rumia's hand. From his eyes, Rumia couldn't hope to guess his intentions. Instead, she reflexively closed her eyes. She had never told anybody about this, nor did she have anybody to tell about it, but she actually had trypanophobia. It made no real sense since she was a vampire, but it was probably a subconscious fear of being stabbed through the heart with a stake. His finger moved from her mouth to her lips. Since she had closed her eyes, she could feel his hands moving along his skin. His fingers were colder than ice, running along his rosy lips, and then moved away again. Slowly, Rumia opened her eyes. The zombie was staring at his own fingers, where he had a single grain of rice. I think it got stuck to your mouth when you started coughing. He then flicked away the grain of rice like it was a speck of dirt. Ah. So he won't eat it. Wait. What was I even thinking just now? Rumia covered her face to look away from the odd thoughts racing through her mind and groaned. Phew. Rumia's expression softened a bit as she rubbed her stomach. The sigh escaping her lips showed a glimmer of satisfaction. Burp. What the hell was that? I heard that people burp after they are done eating. I guess you don't. Maybe it's just that vampires are different. No, you just don't do it in front of people. It's bad manners. Oh, I see. For some reason, Rumia found herself casually answering the zombie's questions, whereas before she would have caused an uproar instead. Maybe she had felt more secure after filling her belly with sushi. Was it just that? Or maybe, now that I think about it, I haven't had a meal with someone forever. It might have been hundreds of years ago. She couldn't remember, at the very least, and she had forgotten the happiness of eating with someone else. It may sound innocent and simple, but that is how she genuinely felt. Even if it was with someone who only hid the fish from the sushi and left several balls of rice on his plate. Even him, he has no desire to eat to his heart's content, nor does he show any inclination to appreciate delicious food. For him, eating is basically like an unnecessary chore. Did he have fun eating lunch with her? Did it make him happy? These thoughts popped up in her mind, but she shook her head. Why would she have to think about his own feelings? The employee approached them and counted the plates they had. 7 towers of stacked plates and 7 dessert bowls. The employee gave the leftover rice on the plate an annoyed look but eventually left again. The zombie then stood up with his wallet in one hand. He apparently intended to treat her. Rumia was not used to receiving something for free, at least not without having to use her eyes. As long as she gazed at the eyes of her target, they would give her any kind of present. However, this zombie was the first person who ever gave Rumia a present because he wanted to. She grasped the parasol in her hands and looked over at the cash register. She could feel her heart beating at a different pace than usual. He always managed to throw off Rumia. It annoyed her, very much so that she bit her lip. She stood up and walked over to the zombie. He was just in the middle of paying for their meal as she lined up next to him. Nothing to do, she simply looked around. Behind the cash register, she saw several posters advertising take-home sushi, as well as one stating they were looking for part-time employees. One of them stood out to Rumia. On there, it read couples discount, a great sale for couples. Recommended and perfect for dates. Couples discount. Dates. Rumia blinked a few times, looked up, and then sighed. She did her best to remain calm and analyze her own situation. A man and woman eat together, with the man paying for the food. To the people around them, would it look like the two were on a date? She realized what was going on. Immediately after, her face burned up bright and she looked up at the zombie. In response, the zombie seemed to have spotted the poster, too, and nodded once before looking down at Rumia. So, what should we do? It'll be cheaper this way. No, not with you. Absolutely not. Also, just be a man and pay for the food even without the discount. Rumia hissed while continuing to blush furiously. The reason her face turned so red was because she screamed in a loud voice. Definitely not because she had become conscious of him as a man. Absolutely not. The zombie let out a faint snicker that contained no emotions whatsoever. This annoyed Rumia even further and she stabbed the tip of her parasol onto the zombie's foot. Section. An event that drastically changes your life. That's something that never once happened to Rumia even in all her 400 years of living, so that should not be possible. But thinking back to it, her regular life had already ended 400 years ago, and having her blood sucked by a vampire was one of those events that drastically changed her life. She wasn't in the position to actually refute that thought process. She realized this 100 years ago and finally came to terms with it. A few days after Rumia and the zombie had eaten sushi together, she played with the parasol she carried in her hands while humming to herself in a good mood. She felt fulfilled after having gotten something into her stomach other than just blood. Now walking down the street beneath the sun, thanks to the parasol, she was able to freely travel even during the day, and she decided to sacrifice a few hours of sleep to head to a certain place. Today, she wasn't wearing her regular black goth Lolita dress with frills. Instead, she wore a white outfit with a distinctive large ribbon covering her chest, paired with a long black skirt that reached down to her ankles. It was the sort of relaxing outfit you could comfortably sit in for several hours. She didn't show up in a mirror, nor was she visible in photos. For that reason, she couldn't see just how she looked right now, but she knew she must look good in it. That is what her senses were telling her. Except, she looked like she was dressing up for some sort of award ceremony. But of course, nobody would dare to tell her she looked bad. If someone even thought of insulting or bad-mouthing her, they would already be on their knees and beg for forgiveness. The only person who would actually be straight with her would be the zombie. Imagining his calm face and casual tone, like he was reading statistics, Rumia felt something snap in her head. A vein popped on her face. Even though he wasn't even with her, even though he didn't even say anything. Why do I keep thinking about him? It all happened subconsciously. And although she considered it weird, she decided not to think much about it. Eventually, after a bit more walking, she reached her destination. As you would expect from a public institution, the building looked normal from a distance, and plain from up close. So this is the library. Rumia couldn't hide her excitement when gasping in joy as she looked up at the entrance. Needless to say, she had come to Japan to read books. She loved every kind of book. As a passionate, excessive reader, she struggled to get her fix since coming to Japan, since most libraries and bookstores were closed when she was awake during the night, so she wasn't able to read all the books she would have wanted. That is also why her excitement of now coming here was at maximum level. But of course, as a vampire, she needed someone to give her permission to enter, so she slowly stomped up the stairs and waited for someone to walk past her. 2 minutes later, an elderly woman who seemed to be a librarian walked past her. "Excuse me," Rumia called out to her. The librarian stopped in her tracks and looked over at the entrance. Seeing the young-looking Rumia in her white outfit and silver hair, she had a somewhat bewildered expression on her face. Yet Rumia didn't mind that and continued, "Can I come inside? I wonder?" "Of course, you absolutely can." "Say, are you a foreigner? Your Japanese is quite good." Naturally, Rumia let out a confident sniff. As she puffed out her chest, the librarian looked down at her with a gentle expression. With this, the invisible wall disappeared and she could enter the library. Immediately after, she took a deep breath. The scent of newspaper and ink filled her nose. It had a pleasant scent, a calming scent. Something different from the smell of blood that she could take in forever. The inside of the library was a lot bigger than what she initially assumed. First, there was a larger space near the entrance where you had desks, tables, and chairs that were just for one-person use. As it was close to lunchtime around a weekday, there weren't that many people around, most of them being elderly folks. However, they were all wearing all sorts of outfits without caring much about a dress code, contrary to what Rumia read in a book about libraries. Still, the inside was completely silent. The only noises you heard came from the pages of the books being flipped. Exactly what you expected from the inside of a library. Bookshelves surrounded the space inside like a U-shape. There were so many you couldn't even see all of them in the distance, and the area the furthest in the back was dark to the point the hall was not visible. The ceiling was high up, too, telling one that there must be at least 2 or 3 floors. The upper floors looked similar to the ground floor, with bookshelves everywhere. Books here, books there, books everywhere. Her mouth dropped open at such a drool-inducing sight. Without much thought, she approached one of the nearby shelves and checked out what books they offered. So many of them she had never heard of. Such an amount of knowledge. This place must be heaven. Or maybe a trap to seduce a bookworm vampire. What a horrible trap it was, but it definitely worked. Rumia wanted to die in this place. This was such bliss. Absolute bliss. She was fine dying in here. This would be the perfect place. While these thoughts raced through her mind, she spotted a book over at the corner for new releases. They Won't Stay Dead. It was a handbook about zombies. Rumia could feel all her excitement cool down instantly, like she got a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Why would she find this book at a time like this? Weren't zombies supposed to be a minority when it comes to this kind of genre? And even though it immediately ruined her mood, she still picked up the book. It wouldn't hurt to learn a bit more about zombies. After all, it had been half a month since she ran into that zombie. She had been feeling under the weather since she wasn't up to her usual standards. Her chest hurt regularly, her head would hurt, and she felt like a weight had suddenly been placed on her. She couldn't even act like her usual self. It's like you would blame the scent of a flower after getting a whiff and feeling worse after. Just like you would blame your lunch if you come down with a stomachache after eating lunch that day. She started feeling like this after the zombie showed up, so it must be his fault. Even the sage vampire had things she didn't know. Maybe there was a change in what zombies could do to their targets or not. During the Showa era years ago, it was said that they would end up moldy if they tried tofu from the tofu brat, and because of that, the tofu brat actually ended up with that ability. The tofu brat ate tofu and turned moldy. How ironic. When it comes to monsters or apparitions, their powers and what they can do are always unstable. It's ever-changing, all depending on the generation. Sometimes certain cliches die out, and sometimes they return. Some apparitions disappear only to emerge again later in a different shape. Now that I think about it, we were fakes and then became real. That's how our existences work, after all. These thoughts raced through Rumia's mind as she thought back to what the ancestor told her. It was hard to decipher if that ancestor was a man or a woman. All that is clear is that they always looked different when they came to visit Rumia, always keeping a vague appearance. For example, during a certain time in Rumia's life, 4 days ago, they were a little baby, then the day before they came to visit looking like an old man with a curled back, and then yesterday it was a Siberian husky. Today, it was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, wearing a crimson-red dress. Because you see me as the ancestor, I get to keep my current existence. Because someone sees you as Rumia Salviason, you can keep living your life as Rumia Salviason. You always understand yourself the least out of everyone. You can exist because there is someone by your side. But there is a chance that a different you that you don't know appears. Still, that is undoubtedly you. People grow up, after all, and you have to treasure that. Then again, if everybody forgets you, then it's the same as not even existing in the first place. We exist thanks to someone else. Our relationship is what makes me me and you you. Being able to be with someone is the greatest happiness there is. And relationships aren't something you should scoff at and kick away. You have to chew on that happiness. And so, I'm gonna give you a big hug and rub your cheeks. Rub rub rub. Well, Rumia didn't have to remember that last part. Basically, the ancestor was trying to say thanks to someone. Because of you, people are modeling a new you at any moment. Probably, at least. Put in simpler words, what comes first before anything is to learn about the other person. Rumia chose that very book as her material for now, heading back to the front entrance with the desks and chairs. By then, she already carried a mountain of books bigger than her back. When did all of those books end up in her hands? How odd. Still, they were rather heavy to carry for her small stature, so she actually wobbled left and right before placing the mountain down on an empty seat. The mountain of books consisted of several possible genres, from actual literature to picture books, mystery novels, action novels, science fiction novels, school novels, comedy novels, light novels, horror books, occult books, gothic novels, historical piece novels, parody novels, bizarre fiction, monster novels, satirical novels, adventure novels, even historical novels and love novels. With this mountain in front of her, her expression softened and she rubbed her face with both her hands. She reached for the book the furthest up on the mountain, but she couldn't reach it. She stood up from the chair, went on her toes, and just barely managed to reach it. She pushed it down so it would fall over right into her hands. The heaviness of the book felt oddly comfortable. Feeling her fingers run along the paper, she could feel her mouth relaxing. She then looked at the cover, comparing it to older books. The binding and decoration were neatly arranged and beautiful to look at. And it wasn't just the sensation of the cover. Books had changed greatly compared to 400 years ago. To Rumia, who had only been reading the old dusty books back at her castle, it was like an entirely different experience. Now then, she flipped over the page. Regularly, irregularly, fast and slow. The sound of the turning pages never stopped as it all blended into the quiet air of the library. The mountain of books in front of her slowly decreased in size. Whereas she had to stand up before to grab the book at the top, she could now easily reach it while seated. This time in particular felt joyful, blissful, and pleasant. Only positive emotions surrounded her as she read through the books. She also read the handbook about zombies. Zombies are living dead bodies. In other words, if something that should be dead but still can move and live, then that is a zombie. How that came to be doesn't matter. It could be through magic, through some spirituality, a virus, a parasite, or electricity. As long as there is a dead body moving, one could call it a zombie. Occult, scientific, pandemic. From the zombie powder manga by Titekubo, to Frankenstein's monster, I see a dead corpse that moves like a zombie. And zombies are great. They're dead, so they need no respect for humans. And as they attack everything in sight, they don't deserve any dignity as the dead, either. They're the best kind of enemy to fight in a game. And that's probably why they spread so much. By the way, I like the zombies who actually chase after you. I don't know why we have those who are dragging their legs after them. It was pretty easy to read. Was this all that mattered for the zombie genre? Flipping over the pages, this seemed more like a person gushing about the zombies he liked so much. She finished reading through the book and then her consciousness that had been submerged at the bottom of the deep ocean began to emerge again. She ran out of focus, wondering what time it was. She raised her head to check the time, but then, she saw the zombie sitting in front of her. There was no logical explanation for this. It happened so abruptly that her thoughts cut out immediately. She just stared at the zombie in utter disbelief. He sat across the table from Rumia, facing her directly, and to her surprise, he held a book in his hands. John Polidori's The Vampire. The ancestors said that this book was written while taking them as a reference, so it was like an autobiography. But that wasn't right, since she didn't write it. Also, was the vampire appearing in the character was called Lord Ruthven, really the ancestor? Rumia had her own thoughts about that revelation and commented on it. Either way, Rumia panicked a bit and hid the book in her hands behind the mountain of the other books. She felt oddly embarrassed thinking he might assume she was interested in him and what zombies were, but then, she realized that something was off. The book in his hands was closed. He wasn't even reading it, he simply stared at her. This meant he was staring at her the whole time she was engrossed in her books. This surpassed just a simple bashfulness and made her want to die on the spot. Hey! Rumia finally managed to have her emotions calm down. So she called out to the zombie, but before that, say, Romeo-san. The zombie called out her name. His expression remained never changing. You really love reading books, don't you? Huh? Your room had a bunch of books before it had any furniture, right? I figured you must love them, and it made me wonder if that meant that I loved talking on the phone. He asked himself a question and began worrying all on his own. I've never even seen you talk on the phone before, though. I usually do the calls at night. That's surprising. Really? As surprising as a shut-in having tanned skin. I'm sure the person you're constantly calling must be feeling tired from it by now. Would you also like to talk with me on the phone later? I don't have a phone. Otherwise, I might. There was no landline phone at her apartment. Then again, she never felt any need for it, so that was perfectly fine in a way. You don't have access to a lot of things, do you? Shut up. This isn't my fault. I can't leave Japan, but I have all sorts of stuff at home. Oh, I see. You don't believe me, huh? Can't say I do since I haven't seen anything. Even with your dress, it looks like an expensive one, but it might just be you trying to show off, and it's no proof that you actually have plenty more back home. Why are you so sharp when it comes to everything negative? Pisses me off. Rumia hissed as the zombie continued counting while putting down his fingers. All right, fine. As proof that I'm not lying, I'll invite you to my castle once I'm out of here. Then I can show you who I really am, she said while pointing at the zombie, flashing an undefeatable grin. All right, I'm looking forward to it, the zombie responded without a change in an expression like it wasn't anything special. It sounded like he would be fine if he went or if he didn't. It made Rumia feel like trying to decipher what he was thinking was more than pointless. She let out a sigh and then responded to his earlier question. I do like reading books. Yeah, the zombie flashed a dubious expression. Did you already forget to ask me that question earlier? Well, my brain's rotten, so I tend to forget things easily. The zombie slapped his own head, but only an empty sound came back. I like reading books. You could say I'm a book fanatic. I see. He simply nodded along. What was he confirming with this? Rumia grew a bit worried. And why were you asking that? That expression you had when reading those books. It really was one of love. Rumia sunk deeper down her chair. She hit her head on the desk, creating a dull sound. Right now, the only thing on her face right now must be embarrassment, and the only desire in her heart was to die on the spot. She practically begged for someone to drive a stake through her heart. Of course, the zombie probably had no idea she felt any of that. So, a few minutes later, Rumia somehow managed to recover from that traumatic experience, her body quivering like a newborn fawn, her cheeks still crimson red. "Why are you even here?" she asked the zombie. "Why?" The zombie cocked his head. "To read books. Of course, what else would one be here?" "That's true, but you're a zombie, right?" Rumia said and pointed at the zombie's chest. Would he know what to do when tasked with asking himself? He probably wouldn't know what he felt inside. What he felt in his heart was out of the question. As he had no heart, you don't have any emotions. That's true. Then that means you wouldn't enjoy reading books. Rumia didn't move her finger and simply glanced at the bookshelves around her. It was rather odd. Now that she thought about it, he can smile, cry, and guess what people are feeling, but he can't have fun, can't feel sadness, can't be angry, he cannot feel any emotions. So why does he think of reading a book? As an ultra-realist, books should just be a mass of words and letters to him. They shouldn't have the strength to move hearts or express emotions. So why did he come here to a library? This doubt grew inside of Rumia to the point she couldn't look past it. Yet contrary to her, the zombie responded without a change in expression. "Yeah, they're not fun. So why are you here?" "Because I'm interested in you, I guess." Cack. She started coughing violently. Her head red as a tomato as she slammed it down on the table. The people around them briefly showered her with gazes of contempt and frustration, but she didn't have the composure to worry about them. "And that's why I'm here." I was asking why you were here in this library, not why you're sitting at the same desk as me." Rumia pushed her body over the table to scream at him from up close. "The reason I came to the library?" "That's right. I saw you walking through town so I followed you." "You're joking, right?" "Yeah. I actually wanted to learn more about vampires." The zombie didn't even budge when he took back his previous words. This surprised Rumia. Apparently, the zombie could even lie. He might be closer to a human being than Rumia initially thought. Maybe all he lacks is just a heart and blood. If so, what if he was given a heart and blood? Would he become a normal human? Probably not. A human can't be put together like a figurine. There is something invisible that's separating the two, and that cannot be removed. It's not something that can be seen like his blood, nor his heart either. About vampires? Why would you? Excuse me. A librarian approached the two, slightly overwhelmed by the mountain of books. She had an apologetic look on her face, pressing her index finger on her lips. "Please keep it quiet in the library. We'll be more careful." "Right? I wasn't screaming." The zombie pleaded for his innocence, so Rumia pulled on his cheek. The librarian then walked away. Rumia didn't try to hide her disgruntlement and reached for the mountain of books again. She had no intention of talking to the zombie, and she tried to express that by doing exactly that, but the zombie didn't show any signs of leaving, nor did he pick up another book. He simply looked at Rumia the whole time. What was she? A zoo animal? She used a book as a shield to escape his gaze and run away into the world of books, but she couldn't ignore his gaze. She shook her head and then glared at the zombie. "Aren't you going to read something, too?" "I am. In fact, I already did," he said like it was nothing. "Oh?" This surprised Rumia. Even if he doesn't find joy in it, he still does read books. "You mean they're vampire?" "Nope. I just grabbed it because I wanted to read it. The one I actually finished is this." The zombie grabbed a book he had left on the chair and placed it on the table. The Wizard of Oz. It was a fairy tale that had been released in America 100 years ago or so. After using her charm on a visitor, she had received a copy of this, so she knew what it was about. Was it interesting? She asked in the heat of the moment. She always wanted to exchange her impressions of a book with someone. However, This zombie in front of her wouldn't be able to tell her if he thought it was interesting or not. And that's why she half expected something along the lines of "I don't know" as a response. "But, Tin Woodman," the zombie said. It took Rumia a moment to realize that this was one of the characters in The Wizard of Oz. He travels the country with the novel's protagonist Dorothy, and has always wished for a heart. He always looks down to ensure he doesn't accidentally step on any ants. Despite not having any heart, he is the kindest character in the novel. He wanted a heart, right? By the end, he received a silk heart filled with sawdust and was happy about it. But does that mean that a heart consists of silk? Do you have the same heart, Romeo-san? No, I don't. One could not survive with a heart like that. I see. So I guess giving myself a heart like that won't do a thing. I guess a heart is really what's in your chest. Who knows? But I think that was the case in that novel. The heart being in your chest. Really? I think so. That said, I read the first publication hundreds of years ago, and only while skimming through it, so my memory's not that reliable. Even though you're supposed to be a sage? What does my nickname have to do? Did she ever tell him that she was called the Sage Vampire? But if he knew, she must have told him at some point. Maybe when she was still half asleep, when they hadn't known each other for so long yet. He would sometimes show up when she was sleep deprived, so there was a good chance she wasn't careful of what she was saying. And since he couldn't read the mood at all, it was really no surprise. That doesn't mean I remember every little thing. I misunderstand things, misremember things, or also forget things. She had long forgotten what her life was when she was still a human. She did remember the basics like having two parents, a father and mother, and that she didn't have any siblings. But what her days were like, she had no idea anymore. I only know the things I do, is what you could say. The knowledge I have isn't infinite. Rumia-san, why did you kick my shins just now? Don't ask me. She didn't like the fact that the zombie sounded anything but convinced. Of course, it may have been a bit of an overreaction, but she kicked her leg in frustration. This just so happened to hit his shins, but it was an accident, not something to complain about. She made sure to hold back so his leg wouldn't go flying, so she would have preferred some gratitude. So Rumia felt satisfied and dangled her feet up and down while she glared at the zombie. Or so she intended at least. But the way she placed her cheek on her hand made her look relaxed more than anything. So, what are you trying to say here? Was The Wizard of Oz interesting or not? I don't know if it was interesting or not. Yeah, that makes sense. If I had to guess, any impression you have would probably just turn into a summary. What if that heart-shaped silk bag with sawdust actually isn't a heart? At least listen to me. Rumia felt hurt that her cynical comment was ignored and hissed at the zombie again, earning herself a glare from the librarian. So, Rumia hid her face behind a book. She was tired of this. She decided to just not complain anymore. If what he obtained was just a fake heart, then that means his journey ended up moot. But that doesn't make sense, right? Everyone made it sound like he actually has a heart now, right? The zombie explained his thinking like he couldn't understand at all, as if it was a contradiction. But then that means Tin Woodman had a heart from the very start. Or he had obtained it along the way. Maybe that silk heart was just given to him so that he could realize that he already had something inside his otherwise empty chest. And what are you trying to say? He was told he didn't have one. He thought he didn't have one, but he actually had one. These are things do happen, then? I guess so. Realizing something new. Finding out something nobody else knew of. Until you found it, it practically didn't exist. The others didn't know about it. If that's the case, the zombie said, maybe there is a heart inside of me and I simply wasn't told of it? I sort of doubt it. Rumia waited for a second and then uttered those words out loud. She felt like an executioner who just informed the convict of their death sentence. If there happened to be a heart inside of you, even without your knowledge, then we wouldn't be able to speak like this. You would fall victim to my charm and fall down to your knees and prostrate yourself in front of me, Rumia explained while pointing at the empty space next to her. The zombie didn't show any reaction. But since this didn't happen for as long as I am talking with the current you, I can tell that you have no heart. I see. He simply nodded along, like he won a cheap lottery for some discount coupon. Compared to that, Romeo was feeling depressed. She knew exactly what she had done wrong. He has no heart, huh? But then what about me? Aren't I the heartless one? Are you disappointed? The self-loathing got the better of Romeo, so she had to ask no matter what. The zombie looked up at the open ceiling, let out a faint groan, and then responded. He did so with a bored smile that only conveyed how little it bothered him. On the surface, I don't really know, I guess. I see. But you have one thing wrong. About what? You said for as long as I am talking with a current you, right? The zombie's tone changed. His voice ended up a bit higher. It sounded like a man's voice trying to reach the bass key of a song originally sung by a woman. I am no current me. I am nobody, after all. Wait, were you trying to copy me just now? I was. My voice doesn't sound that weird. She raised her voice at the top of her lungs and smacked the smiling zombie on the head. Section. Of course, she got scolded by the librarian again. One more incident like that and they would get kicked out. If so, her only option was to fully ignore the zombie from now on. She returned to her routine of reading in silence, and she continued this until the announcement played that the library would close. Even as she returned to reality, the zombie still sat in front of her, not doing anything in particular. All he did was watch Rumia while she did the reading. She still tried to use her book as a shield and evaded his gaze, but thanks to that, she didn't even remember what she was reading anymore. Even so, she just barely managed to finish reading all the books. The ones she wanted to read again, she decided to take home with her. This was all the zombie's fault. Leaving the library, the outside world had gotten dark to the point that Rumia didn't need a parasol anymore. There was still a bit of red over at the mountains, but she was safe. The street lights were slowly turning on, too. She carried the books she borrowed over her shoulder and left the library with a pleased expression. The zombie obviously moved after her, so she turned her head over there. Hey! He didn't move a muscle when she called out to him. Whether she would praise or insult him, he would show the same reaction. It might be stupid to try and cheer him up, but Rumia wanted to get rid of the aching feeling in her chest. And it wasn't anything positive. No, she felt nauseous like she was reading while driving a car. But why would one feel motion sickness in a situation like this? I think I'm glad that you don't have a heart. Why? Because this way, I actually get to talk to the real you, and that makes me happier than you could ever imagine. So said the ancestor, we can exist because of someone else. This relationship is me and you. The you I have seen is the real you. Having a heart or not doesn't matter. You say that you have nothing and are nothing, but I don't feel that way. You might not have a heart or emotions. And that's true. But that doesn't mean you don't exist. Why? I am currently talking with you. This means that you exist in my world. Yeah, the zombie said, looking like he wasn't even thinking about anything in particular. The existence of your heart or not doesn't matter. In fact, the reality that you have no heart makes you special. During the past half a month, I met all sides of you and talked to you. You're annoying, frustrating, vexing, unable to read the mood, emotionless, but you're also worrying about things, honest, sincere, and to be honest, pure. Because you don't have a heart. We were able to meet and being able to talk with you. As I said earlier, I'm incredibly happy. Romeo showed a smile and put one hand on her chest to emphasize her words. But in turn, she also felt very much embarrassed after she finished her monologue. Just why did she have to say something so embarrassing? She wanted to vanish from the earth and hold her head. That's why she awkwardly tried to connect the conversation. So, I don't think you have to worry about it that much. I do feel bad for being so blunt with my words earlier, too. Meanwhile, the zombie looked at her in a daze. He had the same look compared to when she asked for his name on the day they met. But then, his mouth softened, changing into a boring smile. Thank you, Romeo-san. It's fine. Really? What was fine? She was just confused as to what she was even saying. Despite that, the zombie had no idea about Rumia's feelings and just passed her, heading for the darkness of the town. Oh, I know. The zombie turned around. How did you like my present from last time? The bottles of blood? I'm keeping them in the shade to ensure they keep cool. Yeah? That's good, he said and started to walk away. He didn't offer to send her off this time. Even though he insisted on the day they first met, Despite knowing that she was a vampire, he made no sense. Of course, it's not like Rumia wanted to head home with him. Still, a sigh escaped her lips. Why was she so focused on him and his existence? She looked at his back as he walked away, feeling an itchy sensation in her chest that urged her to scratch her cheek. Said cheek felt rather hot despite the cold air. Section. The zombie headed straight home without any detours on the way, almost like a GPS telling you the quickest way to your destination. It was currently 5 p.m., as if it was some sort of alarm clock. Once it struck 5 p.m., the phone in the zombie's pocket vibrated, telling him that he was receiving an incoming call. It vibrated 3 times. The voice of the person he was talking to was inaudible. The zombie simply nodded along, saying yeah and right periodically, but at the very end, apparently, I'm pure, annoying, frustrating, a guy who can't read the mood, but honest and straightforward. So he added before hanging up the call. Nobody realized that his mouth softened into what looked like a smile. Neither the zombie himself nor the person he was just talking to. Chapter 3. The vampire hangs out with the dead body. The sound of a concrete breaker pierced through the otherwise silent night. All around, sound-blocking sheets stood like a fence. At the front stood a sign apologizing for the noise and another stating that entry was permitted for the reason of the industrial work. A little further down the road, you'd see a sign indicating a detour for traffic. This was a regular construction site, specifically for road construction. Standing at the entrance of that was Rumia, a drowsy expression on her face. Instead of her usual goth Lolita outfit with its frills, she wore a blue overall. On her head, she wore a yellow helmet that read safety first, carrying a red induction light in her hand, swinging it around aimlessly. This was where Rumia worked part-time. Needless to say, there should be no reason for her to even work like this. All she would have to do was attack people, put them under the control of her charm, and exploit them. In fact, that is how she lived in Japan for the first 1 to 2 months. However, that kind of lifestyle is what the general public called a shut-in, a neat, and a pimp. Of course, the opinion of such people was overwhelmingly negative. Failures of society, part of the loser group, dropouts from regular life, and just useless garbage. For a prideful vampire like her, the moment she learned of this, she actively looked for a job, and this ended up being this construction site job. Thinking rationally, a loud job like this shouldn't even be allowed this late at night, but it helped a vampire like her. An old castle might be one thing, but a worn-down apartment like that is bad for my appearance, so maybe I should look to move soon. Everything all right here? Said a middle-aged man who appeared from the construction. His docile tone and expression like he possessed no soul was proof that he was under Rumia's charm. Everything's fine, Rumia responded while swinging around her light. It had been a few hours since her shift started, but there still hadn't been anybody who passed through this street. Maybe everybody has been eaten. What do you mean? You don't know? Tell me. Of course, said the middle-aged man without showing hesitation. He was like a phone's answering system. Lately, more and more people have gone missing in this area, but they found a large puddle of blood like a body had been squeezed dry. Another time, they found a singular left arm lying around, like everything else had been devoured. That's why there have been rumors about a monster going around hunting humans. I see. Rumia nodded along. She could think of one candidate who would do such a thing, that zombie. And from the looks of it, he was quite the glutton, too, despite looking so famished most of the time. Now wait a moment, wasn't the zombie she knew a small eater? Or rather, he saw no value in eating in the first place. Would he really hunt this many people? At the very least, as far as Rumia knew, there was no rule for a zombie that he had to eat human flesh at certain intervals to survive. Zombies lose to their desire for meat, not because they are hungry, so since he didn't feel hungry, he should have full freedom in his decision. Rumia wasn't too sure about this. As the sage vampire, she did know a thing or two about zombies, but he was still a mystery. In fact, she bit his neck that day because she didn't know the last thing about him. I really didn't want to remember that. Remembering the cold sensation of his body, expected from a corpse, Rumia subconsciously reached for his lips but decided to shake her head instead. She wanted to forget the humiliation. the embarrassment, and the sensation on her fangs. A sigh escaped her lips, paired with a yawn. Lately, she felt oddly sleepy. She often had to fight the urge to sleep, and oftentimes, her body felt heavy, too. Maybe she was simply exhausted, with her body feeling heavy like lead. It took her a while to make it to her workplace, too. Then again, she had been lacking sleep lately because of her activity during the day, so that might be why. I'll have to get some good sleep today. Of course. Assuming the zombie didn't come to visit her, she shook her head to rid herself of her sleepiness. The loud noises of the excavator and concrete breaker definitely helped in keeping her awake, too. Still, Romeo stopped waving the flashlight around and glanced down the street in front of her. Without the street lamps or the remaining moonlight, you would have no idea where to go. That's how dark it was. Even so, there would usually be at least one car driving through every few minutes. Yet today, not a single person passed Romeo today. Nobody was using that street. It was almost eerily quiet if not for that noise behind her. It was odd. Very odd. Not seeing anybody pass through was one thing, but she didn't even hear a sound from that street. As long as there were people, as long as there was life being lived, some sound would be created, but the lack of such confused Romeo. Then, she felt something pass through her whole body, like an electrical current running through her body. However, she hadn't touched any exposed electricity. This must be a barrier. That feeling she had just experienced was very familiar, letting her thoughts run. The concrete breaker had fallen down on top of the rubble. It was still running, however, meaning that it still had electricity. More likely, the person using the concrete breaker had left it like it was. Even the middle-aged man she was just talking to disappeared. Was this meant to clear the vicinity? One use of barriers is to limit the target's movement. At the same time, it imposes mental instructions on everybody else. Nothing too excessive, but just something on the level of I shouldn't get too close to this place or I should stay away from there. She then heard more rubble collapse behind her, presumably because of the concrete breaker. At the very least, she now knew why nobody had been walking down this street for a while. The existence of this barrier meant that someone could erect it, and Rumia remembered. Not toward one person, but toward an organization. The Onmyoji, Rumia muttered. This opponent had known about Rumia's long stay in Japan. She thought she shook them off, but they seemed to have caught up with her trail. Only the sound of the concrete breaker working through the night could be heard. Then, a shadow spread beneath Rumia's feet. This was quite odd. This should be impossible. Even if the moonlight was strong enough to create shadows, Rumia was a vampire. Creating a shadow was impossible. Someone was behind her. She turned round and swung her backhand at the same time. While turning around, she saw the mountain of rubble for a moment. It looked like the palm of a hand. However, this palm was destroyed by Romeo's fist. Immediately after, it turned back into regular rubble. Romeo opened and closed her hand to confirm the state of her fist and then let out a snort. She moved her head slightly. Over at the detour sign. Do you really think this is all it takes to defeat me? So you found me out. Romeo heard a voice. It sounded like things weren't going according to plan. A shadow showed themselves from beyond the sign over at the detour. It was a singular man, or it should be. Half of his face was covered in a white cloth. Judging from his deep voice, it should be a man. He wore a white attire, too. In terms of unusual clothing, he was on par with Rumia, in fact, and the odd air around him emphasized that. Rumia moved the light of her flashlight at the man. If there's a presence after you get rid of all the people, anybody would be able to tell, right? That's true. The man flashed a wry smile. So, what do you want? I doubt you were just passing by here, right? Of course, I do have some other business for later, but you come first for now, the man said and reached inside his pocket. Romeo Salvation. As soon as he uttered those words, Rumia held the flashlight in front of her face. Immediately after, a long rectangular piece of paper ended up sticking to it. It had geometric patterns drawn on it with a brush, resembling scrambled letters. My name is Tsuchimikado Tsujimaki. As is probably obvious by now, I am an exorcist. Yeah, not hard to guess. I met people like you, using the same off-yuda. She threw the flashlight behind her. She did hear that Onmyoji liked to use sealing off-yuda. something akin to talismans. Whenever they fought against monsters, it was probably wise not to touch any of that. You do know that the last people who tried their luck against me ended up with their weird knives stuck in their throats, right? All by my orders. Yeah, you got that right. And that's why I'm here. I'm much higher up in the food chain. And I'm stronger, too. Are you now? Rumia nodded like she didn't care at all. I'm guessing this barrier was also your work? Who knows? The man in a white robe, Tsuchimikado Tsujimiki, proceeded to play dumb. Rumia glared at him, ordering him to stuff your fist into your own throat and then open it wide, but the man didn't react. Since he was covering half his face, her charm didn't seem to be working. After all, it activated once someone looked into her crimson eyes. That is the trigger for it to activate. At the same time, if this condition is not fulfilled, then it won't activate. Sounds rather simple, but it's crucial. Just like you protect yourself from the sunlight by using a parasol, just blocking off eyesight works incredibly well. Because this renders Rumia's ability useless, it worked on the same principle as the zombie not having a heart Rumia could control. Rumia clicked her tongue in her mind and then glared at her opponent. Even if her charm didn't work, she couldn't afford to tear her gaze away from him. He may be just a human, but he was a specialist. Even if she knew he was weaker than her, she couldn't down her guard around him. The scary thing about humans was that, oftentimes, raw strength didn't decide a battle. So you came here to kill me? Something like that. Ha, Rumia let out a sigh. Of course, even while keeping her guard up, she maintained her prideful attitude. You're really looking down on me. Don't you know that I am Rumia Selviason, the sage vampire? Ha, Tsujimiki let out a snicker. For a moment, Rumia thought he was looking down on her. Oh please. I'm not stupid enough to assume I got a chance against you. I know you're far stronger than me. Then. And that's why I'll be using this guy. The shadow stretched out, created by the moonlight. It immediately leapt at Rumia. ? She dodged to the right as fast as she could. Immediately after, a mountain of debris appeared from above Rumia. It scattered across the concrete, sinking into the ground. That mountain of debris almost looked like a hand of sorts. This must be. The mountain of debris was tall enough that you couldn't see it all if you didn't raise your gaze. And Rumia's small stature wasn't the issue. It surpassed the size of an average home even. One hand reached out and bit into the ground right next to Rumia. When it attacked the last time, the debris wasn't as big. It grew bigger. Rumia immediately realized that something was off and she looked around. The soundproof sheets around the construction site were gone. The broken debris, too. Even her flashlight. With all that gone, the construction site ended up a lot cleaner. Rumia then looked back at the mountain of debris. There was something red glowing at its arm. The flashlight she had dropped. The mountain of debris raised his arm. It was hard to guess, but it was probably its right arm. At the same time, it looked at Rumia, too. Most likely, that is, a part of its face moved, so that must be the eyes. Rumia prepared herself for another attack, and a giant palm zoomed down at her. However, it didn't feel like there was much intention behind his attacks. Rather, he acted like a computer program. If a target is found, attack was probably what was imprinted onto it. It was a moment that reminded her of the zombie. She shook her head and rid herself of those thoughts. The rubble's arm cut through the grind, sending debris flying. This debris then got attracted to the pile, which made it even bigger, almost like a magnet at work. It began to grow exponentially like a crab that emerged from the sandy beach. Is this the type I have to defeat as quickly as possible? Seeing the unbalanced state of the monster, Rumia muttered under her breath. But of course, that didn't help the situation at all. The collapsing rubble and fragments of stone collapsed as the unbalanced arm lifted high in the air and then smashed down again. That dull impact shook the area around her, but she managed to evade it. After the arm rammed into the ground, it grew bigger and slammed down again. Rumia evaded it. The same repeated. The arm came swinging down like it was raining in slow motion. Each swing, it destroyed more of its surroundings, thus growing bigger. However, its only goal was to crush the item it had been targeting, so evading its attacks was relatively simple. And as long as it didn't hit Rumia, it was as good as useless. Matching the descending arm, Romeo jumped up straight. Her heel tore into the arm and landed on it. At this point, she had realized the true nature of this pile of rubble. This was most likely a golem, a puppet made of random garbage. A fake human being, meaning fetus in Hebrew. It was originally a failed attempt by humans to create a godlike human being. However, it failed and became able to only understand simple commands. In a way, it might be relatively similar to a golem, and if that was a golem, then there must be a safety device somewhere in the body that would lead to a shutdown. The arm continued to grow bigger, but in turn, came slower. Not too long until Romeo would be able to strike its weak point. She jumped up, ran up the golem's arm, reached the head, and rammed her arm into it. The sharp pieces of rubble cut her delicate hang, but it regenerated immediately after. Pushing further, she felt something different from before. It wasn't debris. She grabbed it, and then screamed in pain. Severe pain ran through her fingers that made her pull back her arm. The tips of her fingers were burned, with bubbles building. Her expression stiffened. She realized that a shadow was approaching from above, so she jumped away. Immediately after, the golem's hand slammed into its face. The debris collided with each other, scattering it everywhere as the golem staggered. Sorry to say, but the person who made this guy has quite a twisted personality. The Onmyoji showed a disgruntled comment. Maybe he was remembering the creator's face. This is the one you ordered. And since it's a golem, I made sure to add a security device, a parchment. You delete one letter from the truth and change it to death, he said. He continued, and of course, I'm not so stupid to just reveal a weak point like that. So you protected it with a barrier. Sharp, Sage 1. Tsujimaki let out a snort and made it clear he was looking down on Rumia. I'm something of a specialist when it comes to barriers. Don't think some monster like you can break through it. He was confident in it like soap blocking off bacteria, as he flashed a smirk. However, this arrogance was not misplaced. After touching the barrier, her fingers were burning like she had been hit by sunlight, her skin peeling off. Even the muscle fibers on the inside were peeled away, revealing white bones. It was still boiling, showing no signs of recovering. It must have struck her weakness, probably something like a cross or anything other related to religious faith. I guess I could tell him that his twisted side has paid out greatly. The golem attacked once more. Rumia evaded it with a backstep as debris scattered everywhere. She kicked it away and then clung to the golem's arm. But what should she do now? She started thinking. To defeat this golem, she had to defeat the safety measure, but that was protected by a barrier. The golem's attacks were weak and fragile, but she also couldn't win like this, either. She had to either run away or defeat the golem here. But then, Rumia thought of something. The golem stopped swinging his hand. It must have realized that it won't be able to Rumia like this. It wasn't completely without wisdom. It was just extremely low, pretty much close to zero. Maybe its instincts told it that continuing like this was impossible. Instead, it raised the arm that was smaller than its own body. Maybe it was thinking it should instead be using more force. Of course, even the golem wasn't as stupid as that. Instead, it swung its arm sideways. It was like a tidal wave. It cut along the ground, mowing down everything in its path. Oh? Rumia was almost impressed by this, showing a faint smirk. It could cover quite the distance with a scythe like that, and there won't be anything left after. If she were to get hit by that, surely her limbs wouldn't be safe after that. However, all she had to do was evade it. Jump up. And that was it. And so, she put strength in her legs and prepared to jump up. But then, Rumia fell forward. Huh? She was supposed to be jumping now. She should be evading the attack. And yet, her small body which should be soaring through the sky now was stuck to the ground. Why? She struggled to put strength into her body. Or rather, she had no strength left. It felt like she had gotten past a runner's high, a sense of exhaustion assaulting her whole body. It was like this body didn't belong to her anymore, not even feeling shivers on her skin. She couldn't move, wasn't allowed to move. However, time could move. The golem's giant, fierce, but also slow hand mowed down the area as it approached Rumia. This is bad. She couldn't evade that attack. Realizing that she would be hit, Rumia closed her eyes. Amidst the quiet darkness, she heard an explosive sound. However, there was no pain. She thought that she might have even lost the ability to feel pain. Or was she killed so fast that she wasn't allowed to feel any pain? She would rather not have dealt with the horrible pain, so that was a saving grace. But with her body being splattered across the ground, how long would it take for her to regenerate? When is she going to feel the sensation of sticking your finger into carbonated water that she always experienced when her body regenerated? She didn't quite enjoy that. However, the moment she thought about all of this became clear that she was very much alive. Anybody who saw this realized it sooner than her, too. When she managed to open her eyes again, Romeo was utterly bewildered. Even more so when she saw all her limbs being intact. But that would mean she was never hit in the first place. What is happening? She raised her listless body and pushed both arms ahead. The golem's arm had stopped in front of Romeo, or rather, it was stopped by something. That something was the zombie's feeble arms that resembled nothing other than treat wigs. Even if you wanted to be polite, you would struggle extremely hard to praise his body for looking healthy, which was to be expected since he was a dead body, as it was thin and white, his arms like pencils, and yet, he managed to stop the attack. At the same time, only his head moved over. Just as vampires are weak to sunlight, silver, and stakes, there are times when they are immortal. Just being cut to pieces or crushed wasn't enough to kill vampires. You're surprisingly strong. Yeah, guess so. I don't feel any pain in my arms, either. Looking over at the said arms of the zombie, Romeo could see the aftermath of his body blocking the attack. His elbow had been crushed completely, the bone peeking out of his shoulder. The insides appeared to be stuffed with mushy straw and big fat, but there was no blood. And since he didn't feel pain, he had no hesitation to jump into the fray like that. And you're fine like that? Just gotta sew it back together again later. More importantly, he acted like his injuries didn't matter and just changed the topic. Why are you not moving? That's because I can't. She wanted to explain her conundrum, only to realize that the strength had returned to her body. She pressed her hands on the ground and raised her body. She then brushed off the dirt from her blue overalls. However, the safety-first helmet had long disappeared from her head. Can't what? Never mind, Romeo muttered and decided to not go into detail. Maybe she was simply assaulted by a severe wave of exhaustion earlier? It didn't matter much, since she had recovered. I'm surprised you could tell where I was. The barrier should have kept people out. A barrier? Oh. That's not working on me. I'm not a regular human after all. That was a valid point. He was still moving even now. And although he simply looked like a starved human, he was a monster just like Romeo and the golem. More specifically, a walking corpse. Of course, a barrier to a block of humans wouldn't work on him. At the same time, the zombie tried to push back the golem's arm. As a result, this left arm bent into a grotesque position. I heard a loud sound, so I came here, only to find you almost getting crushed. Good thing you're safe. I didn't need your help. An attack like that wouldn't have been able to kill me. Romeo pouted while making excuse after excuse. I'm just holding back. If I got serious, this guy would be no more than a pile of rubble. Someone's frustrated. Huh? Shut up. She didn't expect him to tease her like that. What is going on? The one who uttered these words in surprise was Tsujimaki. He stared at the zombie in utter disbelief. Or so he probably was. The only indication was his mouth shaping in disagreement. He must not have known about the zombie beforehand. First and foremost, he had come here to kill Romeo. It wouldn't be weird to think that the arrival of an ally of hers was throwing him off. This might be an advantage for Romeo. I really don't like having to rely on him. But she couldn't really afford to choose her options. What are you going to do now? It's 2 versus 1. Huh? Do I have to fight? The zombie asked. Of course. Or what? Were you thinking of just going home now? But you said you didn't need my help and talked about holding back, so I figured you'd be fine. Why do you always have to cling to every word I say? That's because this is who I am. Maybe not? No. It is very much like you. Especially when you give me another headache. I see. I'll have to remember that. I would be very happy if you forgot about that. Romeo frowned aggressively and massaged her temples. The onmyoji she was facing must have had a similar expression. I guess I should probably pull back here. Need some more information to deal with this. And you really think I would let you go? Romeo said and closed the distance between her and Tsujimaki. Something passed by right above her head. It was the arm of the golem. It slammed down on the ground, blocking her path toward the onmyoji. She responded to that by clicking her tongue. She tried to jump across the arm, but Tsujimaki had already disappeared. The arm fell apart like regular debris, showing no signs that it was moving anymore. At the same time as Rumia realized this, she felt the presence in the air change. It appeared as if the barrier had vanished. This means we should probably retreat while we can. Rumia looked around at the remains of the battle. Debris had scattered everywhere, the ground drenched in holes, and the construction would probably continue for much longer now. He apparently didn't want to take responsibility for his actions. Even my clothes are full of dirt and dust. I thought overalls were meant to get dirty. Not meant to, but they are designed so they can get dirty, Rumia complained and then started brushing off the dirt from her overalls, but it didn't quite work out. HMPH. Rumia pouted and frowned. I'll go change. Why? Walking around in dirty clothes goes against my fashion sense. Fashion sense? Well, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to understand. Since the barrier is gone, you should probably get out of here, right? The zombie didn't pick up on Romia's cynicism and just cocked his head. From the moment one is concerned about one's appearance, it is time to act. This was her logical thought process. If there was a logical reason for the zombie to wear Romia's dress, he would probably wear it, too. Still, while his arms were completely destroyed, he probably thought that getting away from this location was more logical than fixing himself, assuming he could fix himself. Rumia didn't know about zombies having regenerative abilities. If he did, he should be able to turn back into a human. After all, she then raised 3 fingers in front of the zombie. I don't need long to change. 3 minutes at most. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop counting. And he even moved his hand like a clock. Maybe he's got a clock engraved into him instead of a heart. Either way, Rumia left behind the zombie and headed inside the changing room. More accurately, it was a tent to block off the sun during the day, with a locker far in the back. The surroundings were blocked off by soundproof sheets. Thankfully, this place didn't suffer much from the golem's attacks, the sheets having only fallen over a bit. She put them up again how they used to be and then grabbed her clothes from the locker. Luckily, her beautiful dress didn't get harmed. If only my regenerative ability worked on my clothes. Rumia grumbled and removed the overalls. She placed it on top of the locker, taking off her white t-shirt. It was currently 3 a.m. in the morning, when the plants and trees were still asleep, and the same was the case for the sun. The air felt cold, making her small body shake. Because of the harsh battle earlier, she was drenched in sweat. That made her body cool down even more. She made sure to take a whiff of the t-shirt she had taken off, but it didn't smell sweaty. Thankfully. Still, imagine my surprise. Yui? A voice from the outside reached Rumia, making her shoulders shake. She looked over to where the voice came from, spotting a silhouette across the soundproof sheet. The arm of said silhouette was twisted in an unfortunate direction, and she could see the bone emerging from it. It was none other than the zombie. I was a lot more surprised at your appearance. She had subconsciously grabbed the overalls from the locker to cover her upper body, so she put it back. Should I not have been here? I'm changing right now. I thought it'd be fine since I can't see anything because of the sheets. The zombie pushed the sheet with his hand. Sure. He kept back his strength to ensure it didn't fall, but it still scared Rumia for a moment. Well, whatever. You're not looking, so it's fine. But dare to look and I'll kill you. Well, I'm already dead. I'll slice you up like ham. Rumia hissed and took off her pants. She turned around several times, making sure the zombie didn't come in to peek. I guess even you are surprised with things, huh? It was less like an emotion and more like a reaction. Even an insect would have been surprised by that. I see. So, what surprised you? That you'd get attacked. Me? Didn't I tell you that I'm being targeted? I didn't think that was actually true, and without seeing them yourself, it was hard to prove it or not, right? Rumia let out a faint snicker. She could already tell what the zombie was going to say, although she'd rather not admit that. Must be hard being attacked like that. Well, It's what you get for being famous. After all, I'm beautiful, charming, wise, and a vampire. Beautiful, attractive to the point you get attention from others. Charming, being a head-turner, wise, understanding the world and the problems around you. A clever person. Why are you explaining all the words I've just used? By the way, Romeo-san, what is it now? When you were on the ground, you had your eyes closed, right? You even saw that? And pretty strongly, too? No? Forget it right now. Well, my brain is rotten, so I probably will. You keep saying that, but I somehow doubt that. So, what were you feeling at that time? The zombie asked. A dry thumbing could be heard from the other side of the sheet. What sound was that? Like something was being stitched together. The way you closed your eyes, furrowed your brow, tightly shut your mouth. Were you just surprised? I thought surprise wasn't an emotion but a reaction. That's true. Then, were you scared? Why would he immediately jump to that? Then again, he was right. As the Gillam's arm closed in on her small body, she did fear her back freezing up. She knew she wouldn't die and would just regenerate, but she still felt pain. And there isn't a soul out there who would enjoy pain. So while it was true that she was scared, she didn't want to just admit that. After all, to someone with high self-esteem and pride like her, admitting defeat was one of the greatest failures she could ever experience. I wasn't scared. Of course, denying it like that was practically the same as accepting it, but she was still talking with a zombie. He took her words at face value and just said I see. All the while, the sound of more sewing could be heard. Then what did you feel like? What does it matter? I'd like to know. Why? If I manage to learn and copy it, I might be able to understand just what those emotions mean. Emphasis on might be able. It was an odd way to phrase it, knowing that it came from the zombie. Rumia had a feeling about this before, but it now became crystal clear to her. This zombie was trying to learn about emotions. He did mention that the person who made him wanted to create a human. If so, he might have learning capabilities close to a human's. Or maybe it was just his own desire to do so. Either way, it left Rumia thinking. At first, she thought it might be fun to lie and deceive him, but then considered how troublesome it would be to keep up the facade, so she decided against it. Hey, Romeo-san. What is it? It's been 3 minutes. Are you done changing? I would be by now if you stopped talking to me. The clock did say that 3 minutes had passed. Maybe he really had a clock inside of him. As a dead body, it wouldn't be weird to have some extra abilities like that. Eventually, Rumia finished changing into her dress and stepped outside. There were no other people in sight. It would probably take a bit longer for people to catch on to this chaos. Still, they couldn't let down their guard just yet. Once outside, Rumia looked for the zombie. He had finished fixing his crushed arm, repairing it to how it was before. Although, not exactly how it was before. It was clear that he wasn't extremely skilled at sewing. What happened to that arm? I fixed it while waiting. Though, doing it myself just didn't quite fix it fully. Lend me that arm. Rumia let out a sigh and reached for the zombie's arm. He didn't resist for a second and stretched out his arm. It wasn't going fully straight but twisted a bit to the left like a used-up needle. Looking at the remains of where the sewing happened, he simply kept it together with staplers. This must have been the source of the noise Rumia had heard while changing. She couldn't believe that he actually called this being fixed. Why with staplers? I figured it'd be the fastest and the most secure way. Do you have a sewing needle? I do. Then use that instead? I can't sew well with one hand. Right. That makes sense. Come on, let me handle that for you. The zombie took out the needle from his pocket. Rumia put the thread between her lips and then ran it through the needle of the hole. Don't move, okay? I can't sew it properly like this. Got it. She removed the staplers and fixed the position of the elbow. She wanted to adjust the position of the contents inside the arm, so she rubbed her elbow firmly a few times before starting to sew. She ran the needle through the back of his skin and twisted the flesh together as soon as she saw it poke out of the opposite end. Rinse and repeat. A rhythmic clicking followed as the two stayed silent. With any other human being, the zombie would probably suffer horrible pain, but the zombie showed no reaction. She went ahead and fixed his shoulder, too. As with his arm, it just had the bone shoved back in, but it was shaped off. But as this work continued, she realized that her face had gotten closer to the zombie. He was glancing at her face and then his hand. "What is it?" Her cheeks red. Rumio asked, "Are you good at sewing?" "Well, I'm not horrible. I read about it in a book, and it helped me fix clothes I was into. I'm sure you'll be a great wife in the future." That comment made Rumio's hands flinch and she stabbed the needle into an odd location. Huh? She raised a shriek and her gaze shot at the zombie. Yet, he just cocked his head. "I read in a book that women who are good at sewing and chores will make great wives. Is that wrong?" "It very much is. It doesn't make any sense." "That's so outdated." "All right. I'm done. Now you should be able to move it more freely." Rumia panicked so much that anybody would have seen right through her as she slapped the zombie on the shoulder she had just fixed. One stitch ended up a bit messy, but that was the zombie's fault. He had to carry the responsibility for that. In response, the zombie moved his shoulder in a circle to confirm its functionality. "Yeah, move like a well-oiled machine. Thanks a lot, Romeo-san." "You're welcome. You did protect me earlier, so this is the least I can do." Rumia tried to swallow her embarrassment and fanned her hand in front of her face. "So, Romeo-san, what is it? What emotion did you feel when you closed your eyes?" Apparently, the zombie was still not done talking about that. If it wasn't fear, then what else was it? "Well, you're a lot scarier right now. Your face is too close." His face was right in front of her face. So much so that she could feel his breath. Yet oddly enough, it didn't make her heart race. After all, his eyes only cared about one thing. His gaze was one of curiosity, profound like the ocean that she felt like she could get lost in. Like she was having pictures taken without her consent, she pushed her shoulder away and bought herself some space. "Right now, I'm scarier." "So that means you were scared earlier, right?" As always, the zombie picked up on every little thing she said. Since he didn't understand emotions, he had to focus on everything else and take the words at face value. In response, Rumia pursed her lips. "Enough about that." "I was scared, okay? I thought I was going to die after all," she said with a sigh and in resignation. "If it scared you that badly, do you want to stay over at my place today?" he suggested. Of course, Rumia didn't even consider for a second that she misheard him. For that reason, she shot him a dubious look. "What?" She let out a grunt to express her emotions alongside the lines of "that makes no sense," but it obviously whooshed past the zombie. "If you got scared after being attacked by that thing, do you want to stay low at my place for a while?" "Why would?" Actually, it wasn't so bad of an idea. Her pursuers seemingly didn't know about the zombie. If so, they would obviously have no idea about his home. Thinking about it like that, it was a lot safer to go with him than back to her own home. At the same time, this was her best chance to learn more about the zombie, too, as they only knew each other for roughly half a month. "Aha. Ha 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 ha." "Romeo-san, what's wrong?" Rumia made it very clear what her intentions were as she laughed from the bottom of her heart, but before the zombie could comment on it, she pointed at his face, somewhat arrogant, but also somewhat excited. "Fine, let's do that. Take me to your home." Section. Starting from the conclusion, her thoughts may have been wise and clever, but her intentions were shut down brilliantly and swiftly without her accomplishing anything. She didn't achieve anything and didn't fulfill any goal she set out to do. Despite receiving the invitation to enter his home, without actually stepping foot inside, she instead opted to flee. Section. The only thing she knew about the zombie was the location of his home. Contrary to her worn-down apartment, he lived in a flat lined up with several others. It was one of the flats that robbed the worn-down apartment of its light. You initially wouldn't believe that these two homes could exist in the same space. That is how massive the difference between them was. Both in terms of quality and sheer size. The sheer size made it clear that it was only available for the high society. "How come you're living in such a luxurious place despite being a dead body?" Romeo stared up at the tall building to the point it hurt her neck and hissed, "Poison, huh? Did I tell you I live here?" The zombie simply passed by Romeo without showing any reaction to her complaint. "I saw you enter this building before." "I see." The zombie entered the first floor, which was half underground. entered his password at the front door, and then passed his keyboard through it. An electronic beep resounded, and the door opened. Even just the entry hall was bigger than Romeo's entire room, the floor decorated with marble everywhere, each corner decorated by silver carvings of angels or something similar. The interests of the rich, huh? Yeah, most people living here are rather wealthy. Are you trying to say that you're a rich boy? I can't deny it, at least. So you can't. Rumia didn't even bother arguing about this anymore. The zombie then lowered his head deeply and waved his arm in a grandiose manner. Please come in, Rumia-san. Thank you. The barrier disappeared and Rumia entered the flat with a somewhat exhausted expression. The feeling in the air was different from what she used to back home, as it carried a certain coldness and unfamiliarity. You know what they call people with an attitude like you? Superficially polite but actually rude. What does that mean? You act smart and polite, but you actually make fun of others. Does it look like that to you? From everything I've seen so far, yes. Anyway, let's head inside. How long are you planning on making me wait? Are you misimportant now or something? Just because I said all that doesn't mean you now have to act like an arrogant asshole. Stop that. Shown around by the zombie, Romeo suddenly encountered a training room, a wine cellar, and an underground parking lot, until they reached an elevator. There were no buttons on said elevator. Instead, the zombie entered his room card, and the elevator started moving on its own. Elevators these days are all about protection, so you can only move up to the floor you actually live in. Oh. Huh, she responded nonchalantly. As she already knew about this. Even so, this was her first time actually seeing it. What she knew was limited to what she read about, so partially her attitude was about acting knowledgeable. So whenever she sees something she should know, she might not even realize this. Knowing is one thing, but realizing it is an entirely different beast. And sometimes you might realize but actually don't know what it is. The zombie's own apartment was rather high up in the flat, causing there to be an awkward silence during the elevator ride. Hey, Romeo-san? Surprisingly, the zombie was the one to break the silence. Though, it didn't seem like he did so, not because he couldn't bear the silence, but because he actually wanted to talk. You can actually thank people, huh? Do you want me to rip your head off? I guess that could actually kill me. A zombie dying, huh? Rather odd. Aren't you dead already? So maybe I'd just shut down for a while. Almost like a robot. However, in his case, it might be closer to call him an android. Either way, Rumia just sighed and brushed it off. Then why did you say something so insensitive about other people's weaknesses? Rumia grumbled. However, she remembered that the zombie didn't know how to show restraint or consideration for others. That said, she couldn't take it back after she had already complained, so she pretended not to notice. Is the irony in her words? I've never seen you thank someone else. Was that really the case? That might be true. She never really needed to thank someone before in her life. And why would she? Everyone immediately listened to all of her demands. She was all alone, all by herself, with nobody with her, nobody to talk to, nothing to talk about. That's why she hated her eyes and her ability, bored to death in her castle. That's why she felt so lonely. That's why she was having more fun in the last half a month compared to the last 400 years. That's why I just let down my guard around him. Huh? Toward a zombie of all people, Rumia moved her head over to the zombie. He caught on to her gaze and cocked his head, but she just smiled at him. Is there something on my face? No. I was just thinking about something. She had given up on this feeling ages ago, but she remembered it again. She put one hand over her mouth and smiled. The zombie was confused as to why she showed this expression, tilting his head. Something very happy. I see, the zombie returned a vague response. Shortly after, the elevator doors opened, stopping at the 26th floor. Rumia and the zombie stepped out of the door. The scenery outside of the hallway windows couldn't even be compared to Rumia's own apartment. You could see far into the distance, the mountain range panorama. She had long given up on actually fighting this whole situation, just putting her hand on the glass to observe the scenery with a sigh. Ah, my apartment is right over there. Looking down, she spotted her own home and realized that the scenery she was witnessing was indeed real. It made her realize how tiny she was in comparison, and it nagged away at her psyche. "And this is my apartment, huh? What are you doing? Don't mind me. I don't think that glass is edible. Just how much of a glutton do you think I am?" Granted, she did start crying when she didn't get to drink his blood, so maybe the thought wasn't so unfounded. Either way, they arrived at room 2603, according to the zombie. This should be his apartment. He opened the door and slowly headed inside. It might not offer much space, but make yourself feel at home. If you consider this small, then my own room would be like a shed, Rumia grumbled while she looked around. The sensor in the room picked up on her movement, turning on the light for the living room and the hallway leading up to it. She let out a sigh of admiration. "So this is indirect lighting, huh? Not bad." "Really? It's not always lighting up every place, though. I guess it wouldn't be that impressive to you." As always, the zombie could only give a vague response, failing to read the mood, while Rumia was genuinely impressed, as she had only read about this from a book. Not to mention, this was still plenty amazing in her eyes. She pouted and walked down the hallway, the light illuminating her way, which heightened her feelings. Meanwhile, the zombie looked nonchalant, making Rumia wonder what his living room would look like. She opened the door leading to it. Inside the living room, she saw a direct reflection of the zombie. Or, not. She saw his pure self. His empty self. She took one step inside the living room and then stopped. Her excitement had long vanished. Huh? Rumia didn't have any furniture in her apartment. So much so that it was fair to say she still lacked some necessities. There was only furniture she absolutely needed for her daily life, and rather than having to clean regularly, there was nothing to clean up in the first place. That's the kind of room she had. However, even in this giant room in front of her, there was absolutely nothing. No object, not a single one, had been placed on the floor. Not before, not now, not ever. It's like he had just moved here. Not that there wasn't enough. There was absolutely not. Despite the size of the room, there was nothing. It showed his purity, or the emptiness inside of him. No, more accurately, there was one phone charger on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing Rumia could say to describe this room. There was not even any proof of someone living here, which only made it more creepy. Yes, it was creepy. Those were Rumia's genuine feelings. It was odd, uncomfortable, different, and simply repulsive to the point that Rumia wanted to throw up. She couldn't take one more step inside the room. "Rumia-san, is something wrong?" "Ah, no." The zombie entered the living room ahead of her like it was nothing unusual, so he got curious about Rumia's hesitation. She tried to respond immediately, but her mouth wasn't moving as much as she wanted. Her head was empty, the words not coming out of her throat. She was bewildered, utterly confused, but even amongst that, she tried to force the words out of her throat. She said the following with a quivering voice: "Whoops, seems like I forgot something at home." Anybody listening would be able to tell that she was just lying. Even so, she used this chance she made herself to run away from the zombie's place. The door closed behind her, and she started shedding tears while standing on the flats floor section. She forgot something. That was the weak excuse she used to leave the zombie's apartment and return home to her own. But in reality, she just wanted to escape. She opened the door to her apartment and aggressively closed the curtains. She was in such emotional disarray that she didn't even realize they had been open this whole time. Her heart was unable to organize her feelings. She didn't even know how to express her current emotions. That's why she was bewildered. So much so that she didn't even know how to explain anything. Even with the darkness outside, the room was pitch black. So much that the wall and the ceiling blended in together. She didn't bother undressing or doing anything other than sitting down in what was probably the center of the room and opening her parasol. The sound of it opening and closing filled the room as she repeated this process over and over. Of course, if one wondered if this had any meaning or not, then the answer would undoubtedly be no. It didn't matter. And yet, she didn't stop her hand. She needed to do something, anything to avert her eyes from reality. And so, she continued to repeat this process. Eventually, morning arrived. The bright sun began to show itself at the horizon, emitting its warm light. A ray of light entered the room through the gap between the curtains, overlapping with Rumia's foot. Immediately after, her white skin began to burn, assaulted by the severe pain. Her face twisted and she threw the umbrella away. She held her foot as it throbbed in pain, rolling over to evade the ray of sunlight. I was careless. Pearls of sweat built on her forehead as she made sure that all the curtains were closed properly, keeping them together with clippers. The room once again turned pitch black again. All light had vanished from the room, and Rumia looked down at her foot. It was burned pretty badly, looking like black charcoal. The blackness stood out even more when compared to her white skin above. Slowly but surely, the burnt skin began to regenerate. However, it took much longer than for any other regenerate. She still felt some point, but it would probably take a while to subside. She let out a sigh, but as the pain began to go away, so did the confusion that plagued her. She could finally calm down a bit. "Let me analyze the situation," Romeo said. She figured it would help her get started if she said it out loud. "Why did I run away from his apartment?" The reason for that was simple. The apartment was creepy. It was disgusting. However, wasn't her room the exact same, too? Something was missing. The sun was completely shut out, and it was dark even in the morning. Without the lights on, you couldn't even tell what was the floor, what was the wall, and what was the ceiling. How would someone react if they stumbled into the room like this? It was, at the very least, it wasn't a rather personalized room. Granted, the zombie didn't seem to think much of it, but he was the exception. He didn't count. Any normal person would probably be grossed out if they saw a room like this. They would feel the same way Rumia did when she ran away from the zombie's room. Would they? Was it really the same? Something felt different. Something was off. Did I just run away because I was grossed out? There was an angsty feeling in her chest, a feeling of frustration, like she had been denied something. But what exactly? It felt like something had a full grasp of her heart. It reminded her of the time she met the zombie. It caused her to be off her usual strength. I think. She slowly opened her mouth. I was getting my hopes up. This isn't just about relaxing around him. She had a certain what-if feeling stuck to her heart, that maybe if it was him, maybe he would be able to. That was the hope she felt in her chest. And that's why. This uneasiness. My heart beat. My pulse beating so fast. Suddenly, her face turned bright red. She realized just what emotion had caused all this confusion. And once she did, the embarrassment got hold of her. Much more than she anticipated. Especially because she carried these feelings for him, of all people. For him, who she had spoken such harsh words about. For him, who treated her in such an indifferent manner. For him, who she always felt annoyed about. But also for him, who always talked with her. Anyway, she pressed one hand on her chest to control her racing heart. She might have been able to organize her thoughts, but it only had the opposite effect. I should go see him immediately. I sort of ran away without explaining anything, and just trampled on his goodwill. She had to apologize. This decision was made swiftly as she grabbed the parasol and was about to head off to the zombie's flat. But she suddenly lost strength in her legs and slumped down to the ground before she could reach the door. Ugh! Her head slammed into the tatami mat, creating a dull sound. Her forehead turned red as she moved her eyes around. More accurately, she could only move her eyes. Without any strength in her body, she couldn't move a single finger. Waff. Not even her tongue would work. Probably. It's like her body had died while only her mind still functioned, like a doll that had its strings cut. It was something similar to what she had experienced the day before during her battle against Tsuchimikado Tsujimaki. If there was one thing different, this time, all her strength had been sucked up fully. Fami. She looked at her right hand. It still grasped the parasol she had received from the zombie as a present. She had previously thrown it away in confusion, but now her hand desperately clung to it. Yet, that very part her hand now held looked different than when she initially received it. Like there was something sandwiched between the fabric that had become visible. She somehow managed to move her fingers, spotting just what was hidden beneath the fabric. It was an off-euder. Several rectangular pieces of white paper with incomprehensible lines drawn onto it with a brush were pasted into the gaps between the pieces of the parasol's fabric. What is? It appeared as if she had been weakened by the effects of the off-euder. That would explain why she had completely run out of strength. But while this answered one question, it left another burning in her mind. Why are there off-euder engraved into the parasol? It was still the same umbrella she had received from the zombie. She had no memory of him switching it, or it being replaced while she wasn't looking. That was something she would have realized way sooner. She was confident in her ability to see through any alteration. However, today of all days, that confidence was shaky. The ground beneath her feet broke apart. She wanted to be wrong. She didn't care about her confidence or pride being shaken. She simply wanted to have it wrong. Because this wasn't a different parasol. If it hadn't been tampered with, then this was the same parasol she had received from the zombie. That would mean he knew of the off-euder and purposefully gave it to her. Without saying anything, it made no sense. She couldn't understand what was going on. I need rage. She had to focus on her regeneration. She remembered the bottles of blood next to the front entrance. The same ones the zombie had brought her before. She pulled her body over there, but she was surprised when the doorbell rang. Then, 2 knocks on the door. Huh? Romeo-san? Beyond the door, she heard a familiar listless, and emotionless voice. The zombie. The zombie was right across the door. He could finally save her. That's what she thought before anything else. Me. She opened her mouth, but no voice would come out. She could only open the door directly. While still unable to stand up, she crawled along the floor. Still, what good timing of his. Almost too good? No, she shouldn't doubt him. He couldn't have anticipated for her to have collapsed at this very moment. He often came over at this time of day anyway. When he wanted to apologize and gave her the umbrella, it was also when the sun had begun to rise. He couldn't have been behind this. Not someone who couldn't even read the mood. Not him. Never. Rumia managed to reach the door and shook her head to get rid of these thoughts. She reached up to the door and managed to turn the doorknob. Because the door gave in, she fell over out onto the hallway. There, she saw the zombie. Just like last time, he had his arm wrapped around her. If there was just one thing different, it's that he had balled his fist. The arm had been replaced with a silver arm, looking like an android's part. But his expression was the same as back then. It carried nothing at all. When seeing that, Rumia felt something break inside of her, and then, the zombie swung his arm, to ram it into Rumia's body. Chapter 4. The Story of Zombie X. Rumia uttered a lie anybody could see through and then ran out of the room. How did the zombie react? Not at all. Actually, he took her lie for the truth and waited for Rumia to return. He just waited without doing anything else. Like he was a statue. Then, he heard the sound of the door opening. Since the zombie was waiting for Rumia to return, he left the front door unlocked. The zombie turned around immediately. The outside was bright, and the silhouette who opened the door was not Rumia. "Hey, monster," said a deep voice. It sounded like a man's voice. "The hell are you doing?" "Waiting," the zombie responded. "Say what?" The zombie's nonchalant response invoked a bizarre reaction from the man. "Waiting for someone?" "So you made plans to meet up with somebody?" "You of all people?" "That's right." "I find that hard to believe." "Is it?" "It absolutely is." The man entered the room like he had been there several times over. "I don't understand why you would take her to this room, honestly." "That's because," the zombie responded. "Once I invite her into my room, the barrier will disappear, and she'll have another place to hide." "Don't tell me," the man said. "The person you're waiting for. Is it that vampire?" "That's right," the zombie nodded. He didn't even try to hide it. "Speaking of, why did you get in the way of my surprise attack on her?" "Because I wasn't told about it." "So you're saying you mistook your orders?" There was a clear distinction in that. He didn't act according to orders, he only acted when he received orders to do so. It seemed like not even the man anticipated the zombie to be able to move this freely. But then, he could feel something odd in what they had been discussing so far. Like a small fishbone was stuck in his throat, but he didn't even try to organize that thought and just voiced what was on his mind. "So since you didn't receive any orders, You got in my way? That doesn't make any sense. The purpose of the orders given to you was so that I could exterminate that vampire. Even if you didn't know about my attack, and thus protected her from it, I don't understand why you would do so in the first place. What reason did you have to get in my way? That's... The zombie was about to say something but stopped himself. Why did he do that? Why did he get in the way? He shouldn't have any reason to do so. It would get in the way of the orders he had received. But since it didn't go against the orders he received, he had no need to protect her. Did he do so in order to accomplish the order he had been given initially? Did he prioritize the means over the result? No, that wasn't the case. This was trial and error. It might sound like that, but what was happening to the zombie right now was a deterioration of his processing powers due to the excessive load. It was slow processing due to a system failure. Or if one were to put it into human terms, he was confused and bewildered. That's... Hey now, did you break or something? The man mumbled with an inconvenienced tone. His words were cold, like he was dealing with a machine that had broken down. Hey, monster, the man said to the zombie. Let me give you another order. Abide by the orders you have been given. If you break your orders again, you're going to pay. Did I make myself clear? Basically, the zombie was ordered to not do anything unnecessary. And so, he stopped thinking about what he was at this very moment. Even though, if he had continued this thought process, then he might have reached an answer. However, it was too late now. Be it human, be it a dead body, or even a monster, sometimes nobody understood how they felt. I'm going to pay? The zombie chewed on the man's words, and then, he returned a question with a tone like he didn't know what the issue was. Wasn't the plan for me to be scrapped as soon as this whole operation was over? Yeah, you got that right. The man passed by the zombie, opening a closet deeper in the room. In there was a white gown. The man put it on, hiding half of his face with the cloth hanging from his head, like he wanted to hide his eyes from something, from someone's gaze. Let's go. Thanks to the previous attack, we know she's gotten weaker. Are you prepared? The man asked. But of course, the zombie didn't need to prepare anything. Even if he were to get crushed, there's nothing to do. And so, he just nodded. Let's go, Tsujimaki. Why are you calling me by my first name anyway? Is it weird? It's giving me the creeps. I see. That said, I think it's better to use this than some family name, at least because I don't have that. Section. Was I sent flying or something? Her view twisted and turned around her. Was it the ceiling, the wall, the floor? It all disappeared and vanished. Her stomach hurt like it was enough to kill her. Almost like her whole guts had been splattered across the floor. Maybe her innards were actually in plain sight. More importantly, she slammed into something, probably the window. Her body easily broke through it. Her body now outside, during the bright day. She understood that she was burning. It hurts. Her eyes were burning like they were melting away. Scorching hot sparks ran through her body. Was it the pain coming from her eyes or her chest? She couldn't tell. At the same time, she looked around to pick up a curtain she had jumped out with and wrapped herself in it. Thankfully, they were blackout curtains. The curtains she used to protect her room from the sunlight now turned into a shelter from it. She then fell down from the air. It wasn't a high fall, as her own room was only on the second floor. To Rumia, a fall like this was nothing of concern. She looked like a rice ball from afar, as she showed a self-deprecating smile. And despite that, her expression was clearly one of grief. Did he deceive me? No, he was only ever speaking the truth. Even if he was just a corpse doll patched together by several body parts, he had no blood. He had been created by someone. Everything had been created. He was a puppet, a doll, a marionette. Romeo should have known this. Which means she should have realized someone was controlling him. She bit her white fangs into her rosy lips until blood came out. Red blood that the zombie didn't have. And for some reason, that hurt more than her whole body burning. She failed. Plain and simple. Miscalculated. Even, her charm didn't work, and she couldn't suck his blood. He was stronger and immune to all her attacks. She should have recognized him as her mortal enemy and gotten rid of him, but she approached him instead. Why? Because I was confident since I never lost. Because I thought nothing could kill me. Because I thought I stood above him. No, that's not it. I simply averted my eyes from it, hoping that my one wish would finally be granted. I looked away from the reality in front of my eyes. In the end, it's all because I'm an idiot. She heard the sound of glass shattering. She glanced through the gaps and looked up at her own room. She met eyes with a zombie, who was staring down at her. His expression was as devoid of emotion as always. Contrary to that, her usually calm expression was a complete mass. I have to get away. He's my enemy. She put as much strength as she could into her facial muscles, glaring at the zombie as if she tried to suppress her tears. But the zombie's face didn't budge. No emotion could make his eyes quiver, as he had no heart to feel any. So, Romeo did all she could and ran away. She did have some sort of protection thanks to the sheets, but they wouldn't last forever. She saw no other option but to escape to the nearest building, the flat the zombie lived in. She didn't know his password, but she just had to destroy the entrance door. That said, should she go up or down? She hesitated for a moment and then rushed down. Even if she ran further up, she couldn't enter any other rooms because of the barrier that bound her. She would be able to hide inside the zombie's room, but her instincts told her to not do so. And so, she went down. It was a dark place that she could traverse as she had been invited inside already. From the first floor, even further down, to the basement first floor. This was a parking lot, as it had to fit all the expensive cars of the residents. It offered a lot of space, and the only entrance there seemed to be the stairs she had just descended. She just needed to get as much distance as possible from them, so she hid far away behind a sports car, trying to stay out of sight from the entrance. She sighed, only to immediately feel pain spread across her whole body. Her eyes were burning and her stomach felt like she wouldn't be able to digest any food. She tried her best to keep her breath under control as she opened the vinyl bag in her hand. Inside of that were 3 bottles, filled with red liquid. Good thing I kept them at the front door. When she got sent flying by the zombie, she grabbed the bag in the heat of the moment. With this much blood, she should be able to recover quickly enough. She plopped the cap open, took a whiff, and then started drinking it. Her throat moved up and down. Her eyes slowly recovered and she could begin to see again, as the light returned. The pain of her stomach also retracted, as her stomach returned to how it should be. In a matter of seconds, the whole blood was gone and she managed to calm down a bit. Okay, not to panic now, she said. What am I getting so flustered over? He's my enemy. That's all there is to it. Romeo muttered like she was trying to tell herself. The reason he spent time with me was so that I would let down my guard around him. He bought me this present to secretly weaken me. When we went to eat sushi, it was just an excuse for me to use the umbrella. When we were at the library, he wanted to learn more about vampires. He let me enter his home to limit my options. Oh wow, now that I think about it, he was thinking of betraying me from the very start. Betrayal. Changing from friend to foe. Since Rumia always had absolute control over her minions, this was something she had never tasted before, and yet, she had no way of escaping this reality, tasting this shame, frustration, and pain. It hurt. She was sad. She felt like she was going crazy. It felt like a stake had been stabbed right into her heart, causing immense pain. So much pain and agony and suffering that, small grains of tears fell down her cheeks. Wait, why am I? She wiped her tears with the back of her hands, but they just kept on streaming out of her eyes. Hic, sniff. Why? She kept on wiping her eyes but her tears didn't stop, continuing to sniffle until her face was drenched with tears. They kept on coming out despite this being against Rumia's will, or maybe because they reflected her true feelings. What is this? This is almost like I still can't accept him as my enemy. Am I feeling this hurt because he betrayed me? Hey, what's wrong? When her eyes began turning red, someone called out to Rumia, causing her shoulders to quiver in fear. A single man stood in front of her. It must be the owner of the car she was leaning against. He probably was worried when he saw her crying. Did something scary happen? Nothing at all. Don't worry about me. This was her response. As the prideful vampire she was, she rather preferred not being seen while crying. She aggressively rubbed her eyes some more and then stood up, Her eyes turned even redder than before. "Really?" "Yes. I don't need someone like you to worry about me," she responded with a strong tone and passed by the man. But then, a vivid sound rang out. In front of Rumia were several hairy beings that rubbed their bodies together, crushing each other, as they clung to something. The size of that thing must be the same as a grown man. It was shaped like a human, but its bloodshot showed no signs of cognition or rational thinking. Below the hairy things, Rumia could see the slender arm that probably at one point belonged to a woman, as well as a puddle of blood that presumably matched one person. "Someone like me?" Rumia froze up and didn't know how to react when she heard the man behind her speak up with an eerily elongated tone, and she turned around. His face was covered in bubbles like it was boiling. "Hey, the hell do you mean? I was worried about you, and this is the treatment I get." The bubbles expanded and changed the man's face to something else. Black fur began to grow from its face, and its creepy eyes focused directly on Rumia's eyes. This must be a bugbear, a human-shaped fairy known to eat children. And as it had stories known about it, naturally it was a part of this reality. Lately, more and more people have gone missing in this area. But they found a large puddle of blood like a body had been squeezed dry. Another time, they found a singular left arm lying around, like everything else had been devoured. That's why there have been rumors about a monster going around hunting humans. Rumia was reminded of the words from the construction worker. So that wasn't about the zombie. Now, it all clicked in her mind. The zombie was here to exterminate everything that was supernatural. Naturally, he would not attack other people. He exists to protect people. He was here to kill those who hurt others. Well, back then, she didn't know that the zombie was her enemy, so seeing through that was too much to ask. Of course, her heart throbbed in pain. But for a different reason this time. "What a bad girl you are. Are you a bad girl?" Drool leaked out of the bugbear's mouth, as it flashed its white fangs, attacking Rumia on the spot. Rumia's charm would activate as soon as she locked eyes with the other person, meaning that, as long as one interrupted direct eye contact, it wouldn't activate. Attacking from behind was definitely an option. So to defeat vampires, a surprise attack was a viable attack. Realizing the bugbear's plan, Rumia turned around fast enough that her skirt was actively stuck to her body. When she did, the bugbear's face was distorted grotesquely. "Caved in" would be another accurate expression. Pressed inward because of some external force. The sound of someone being punched is probably what that sounded like. It was a straight right fist zooming past Romeo's ear to the point it sounded like it was cutting through the air, as the bugbear's face was caught between the expensive car and the zombie's silver arm, squashed like a tomato. Bent in at one side, the car then flipped over while taking some of the neighboring cars with it. As the anti-theft emergency bell belatedly rang throughout the underground parking lot, the zombie slowly lowered his right arm, like he was a cooling down machine. "He saved me." Why? These thoughts raced through Rumia's head. For a moment, her movement stopped, as if the zombie had waited for that. He turned around on his heel and faced her again. The arm he had lowered now sped up as he swung it to create an uppercut that scraped the ground. In shock, Rumia tried to lean her head backward and evade the attack, but his silver fist cut along her nose. A sharp pain spread through her body like her nose had been broken and bent. A cold sweat spread across her body as her eyes shot open, paired with a scream of agony. She suppressed the desire to writhe on the ground in agony by biting on her tongue so strongly she could rip it off. The inside of her mouth started tasting like blood. "I see." The zombie stood in front of the bugbear that had its head crushed without mercy, as he stared down at his bloody silver fist. "Anything made of silver. A mineral like this really is plenty of a weapon." "Why did you attack that bugbear, too? Did he do it to save me?" Faced with Rumia's question, the zombie responded coldly. "I defeat monsters that disguise themselves as humans. That's my order!" In other words, he saw Rumia as the exact same as the bugbear. So she was no better than a monster like that? This realization caused a pain-ridden expression. The zombie still wanted to exterminate her just as he had done with the bugbear because she was a monster harmful to people. And despite that, Romeo still struggled to find the strength to fight. Maybe she realized there was nothing that could be done, but she started thinking desperately. Both her body and her consciousness wanted to get out of there. That's why, go. She ordered the 3 bugbears who had fallen under her charm to attack the zombie. Whoops. The zombie seemed a bit surprised at that as he crushed the bugbear in front of him with his silver arm. The other 2 attacked without even batting an eye at that. In the end, bugbears are fairies that eat the bad children. They devour the weak, which is why they were no enemy for a zombie who had been designed to kill a vampire. However, that was all that she needed. It gave Romeo a chance to hide herself. So, what do I do? What do I do now? Realizing that she was putting off the problem, she ran away with all her might as she was accompanied by the anti-theft alarm's loud ringing. She slipped through the steel mesh of a luxury car to hide from the zombie's line of sight when a bottle was flung at her in front of her eyes. The bottle was made of transparent glass, with an ominous colorless liquid inside. With the help of her supernatural eyesight, Romeo spotted it quickly and realized just what it was. She twisted her body and tried to escape, but the bottle exploded before that. The liquid inside wasn't actually just pure water, it was holy water. And when it came into contact with Romeo, severe pain assaulted her entire body. She could hear her beating heart all the way up in her ears. Her hair, her skin, her flesh, her bones, it all melted away. For a moment, her consciousness cut out and her eyes turned white. However, the severe pain pulled her back to the realm of reality. Should a prideful vampire like you really be screaming like that? A holy water shower must be cleansing your body and soul. No? Her body felt paralyzed as she raised an indecipherable scream when a man looked down on her. He had covered half of his face with a white cloth, wearing a white gown. The man, Tsuchimikado Tsujimiki, flashed a vicious smirk from below the cloth. Although, since your body and soul are both rotten, I guess you'll be cleansed alongside your sins, eh? Struggle as much as you want. I know you don't want people to see your weak side, so I made sure to set up a barrier to keep outsiders away. That would explain why nobody is showing up. Despite all this chaos, her flesh burned and continued to melt away like she had been doused in sulfuric acid. She slowly somehow rose to her feet, but her body was still trembling like a fawn. This surprised Tsujimiki. You can still move? I admire your energy. Of course. Who do you think I am? She grinned and tried to bear the pain. The excruciating pain she felt permeating her body was strong enough to make her writhe in agony and scream in terror, but she swallowed it down her throat. If only she could scream at the top of her lungs right now. But even despite her injuries, she did not dare embarrass herself in front of her enemy. She bit her lips strongly to the point blood came gushing out as she glared at Tsujimiki. In response, he confidently puffed out his chest while crossing his arms. I hope you don't think that this is enough to actually defeat me. I see. Even weakened like that, you're still a vampire after all. Tsujimiki let out a laugh, but his expression didn't change. Are you plotting to suck my blood and recover your health? I wouldn't try. A filthy existence like yours wouldn't enjoy my blood very much. Oh, please. Romeo just barely managed to keep her consciousness afloat, hissing back at the man. I don't need a drop of your blood, but I will color this entire parking lot with it. Oh dear. How scary. Tsujimiki's mouth changed shape into a grin. Then I guess I should keep my distance from you. Something pushed her back. Huh? She collapsed forward after losing balance. What? Just midair, she turned around to see behind her. Standing there was the zombie with his silver fist, drenched in blood that presumably belonged to the other bugbears. His fist faced her chest. He had marked down just where her heart was. Gah! Her ruby-colored eyes shot open as her face twisted in agony. The zombie then ran his fist into her chest, slamming her down onto the ground. His fist pushed deeper, targeting the girl's heart, and then crushed it. The sound of a full balloon popping echoed through the parking lot. Of course, with the barrier in place, nobody would be so nonchalant to play with balloons in a dangerous parking lot like this. And of course, It wasn't the sound of a balloon popping. It came from a human heart being crushed like a pomegranate, caught between the silver arm and the asphalt, spilling its contents and scattering everywhere. The silver arm had been rammed directly into her black and white dress, reminiscent to the game Othello. However, the white fabric now began to turn blood red, and the black fabric turned even darker. The blood splattered on the silver arm, vaporized and disappeared, keeping the clean and slick silver color. Now that the vampire had lost her heart, she screamed at the top of her lungs. She cried and cried until they turned into blood, creating red marks on her face as she coughed up the blood reaching up her lungs. She just screamed like a banshee witnessing the end of the world. You know, there was something that stuck out to me. Tsujimiki narrowed his eyes as he observed the screaming vampire, approaching her in the same breath. However, she couldn't fully hear his voice, or rather, she didn't have the composure to focus on it. Vampires are supposed to be the rulers of the night, emperors of the dark, and they hate the sunlight and everything that is holy. You can even surpass death itself. Yet, why are you mortally weak to having a stake driven through your heart? It never made sense to me. However, Tsujimiki continued, but after seeing that, I think I get it now. He stared down at Romeo, who writhed in agony. The stake is just in the way. Let's say there is a box packed tightly with rolled up tissue paper. After taking off one layer, the rest of the tissue paper will fill the gap. What will happen if you ram a stake in there? The tissue paper is packed so tightly that it gets in the way of the stake. The same thing happens with a vampire's body. It tries to fix the injury caused by the stake, but since the stake already fills that space, it can't generate anything. And the thing that got rammed into the vampire's body is silver of all things. With each attempt the body makes at generating, it just melts away again. She did constantly regenerate, but this also meant that she forever felt the pain. She continued to writhe in agony at any moment. All because of her immortality. And yet, the zombie didn't show any signs of pulling out his arm. He really was her enemy. He really intended to kill Rumia. Deep within her chest, the pain grew. Even though her heart had been raptured, there was a different pain filling her chest. Why was she crying? Still, you're a lot more resilient than I thought, Tsujimiki uttered with a glimmer of surprise in his voice. I thought you'd be dead the moment your heart got pierced. Can you just kick the bucket already? Is this your immortality at work? Romeo was rather bewildered at those words. Despite all the pain and agony, she started thinking, he's surprised? Surely, it must have been this person who set up a zombie as her enemy, as he knew that without blood and heart, he would be the mortal enemy of Romeo. And so, he was also the one who doctored the parasol. The paper used for it did sound familiar to her, as they were the same ones used by the Onmyoji she fought. His goal was to weaken Romeo. Of course, this is the way to fight opponents who surpass you in both raw strength and skill. You had to create a playing field that was beneficial to you. Don't focus on making yourself stronger, but instead drag down the opponent to your own level. Especially when it comes to strong vampires. You have a lot of ways to weaken them. As such, his plot made perfect sense, but that is also why something about this just didn't feel right. There was something off. Why did the zombie give Rumia that blood? Was he just playing with his target, knowing that it was all pointless? But that only worked when both sides were on equal strength. You wouldn't take the risk of helping someone who is stronger than you. On top of that, he doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't be this surprised. Did he really think he could kill her after she had just drunk the blood? If so, then his calculations would be foolish. Of course, there was a chance this was all just his bluff, but his reaction just now seemed rather genuine. That would mean the zombie gave her that blood unrelated to any orders he received. Why? He couldn't even feel emotions, so why would he do something so nonsensical? Hey! Rumia called out to the zombie. The blood in her throat drew bubbles as her voice sounded like she was drowning. The zombie responded. His reaction was eerily listless, considering he had his fist rammed into her chest. You're acting because of his orders, right? I am. So you listen to whatever he tells you? I do. You do exactly as he tells you? I do. And you don't go against his orders? I don't. He is my master, after all. Hey, what are you two talking about over there? Tsujimiki complained like he was sulking. So, Romeo stopped talking to the zombie. He doesn't go against his orders. He does exactly as he's told, and he listens to whatever it may be. So he does just what his master tells him. You really don't want to die, huh? Fine, then I'll make sure you ever get up again myself, Tsujimiki said and raised his hand. With that as a signal, the underground parking lot began to shake. With the hole in her chest, it further dug into her flesh. Sorry about that, Romeo-san. An apology from the zombie didn't really mean much now. She grit her teeth, bit her lip, and suppressed her desire to scream while she glared at the zombie. The earthquake opened the hole in her heart further. But it wasn't any natural earthquake. Something was happening right above Tsujimiki. Cracks formed in the ceiling above him until it began to crumble away. The dust landed on Tsujimiki, which he brushed away with a disgruntled expression, and then looked up. Can't you keep it down a little, you damn golem? The underground area shook more aggressively until the ceiling broke apart completely. Tsujimiki stepped back once as a cluster of dirt and asphalt fell down in front of him. The hole that opened above him offered enough space for a giant arm. No, a cluster of rubble in the shape of a human arm, to appear. The clump of asphalt sucked up everything in its vicinity and grew bigger and bigger. Looking for us? No response came back. Understandably so, as the golem had no cognitive ability. Depending on how you looked at it, he may seem like the ideal worker who never complained. Although there was nothing remotely human about it to begin with. Still, it seemed smaller than during the previous attack. Then again, the whole parking lot looked cramped either way. One of the golem's hands also was riddled with silver like the zombies. Tableware and other items made of silver. Even the angel statues made of silver at the front entrance of the flat were part of it. All of its one giant arm was pure silver. And considering its ability to suck up whatever it destroys, as you'd expect from a flat that can fit at least 100 people and more, they got plenty of silver to spare. No way, you destroyed it all? I'll be sure to repair it later. Now, golem. Called by the onmyoji, the golem's head moved. Tsujimiki then directed his jaw at Rumia and gave a stone-cold order. Crush her together with that, monster. Wah, monster, don't you dare remove that arm of yours. You hear? Yeah, I know. Not minding Rumia's bewildered outburst, the zombie returned a calm answer. She looked at him in utter disbelief. The zombie gazed back at her eyes. The person she had fallen in love with didn't react to her charm and he just shook his head. Sorry about this, but I'm being ordered to keep you in place. Because he was being ordered, that's what he said. He can't break any orders. He had to keep them and do exactly as he was told. He would do what Tsujimiki said. If he was told to do 10 of something, he would have to do 10. The only way for Rumia, who had no right to rule over him, to get out of this would be... Rumia realized just what the zombie was playing at and raised an incomprehensible scream right as the golem swung down its giant arm. Frankenstein's monster was in mental distress from the moment he had been born. He was already dead. At the whims of Victor Frankenstein, the monster was blessed with a physical body and several capabilities, but as his flesh consisted of several other body parts, his appearance was hideous and terrifying. For that reason, he was abandoned by his creator, as well as rejected from the society that didn't even know he was created from a corpse. As he was given life by a fanatical experiment, his life of hell began from the moment he opened his eyes. The professor's goal was to solve the mystery of life, to control it himself, and to create life itself. So when the monster was brought to life, his duty was already over. He had no duty to fulfill in life. And because of his horrendous looks, nobody dared to get close to him. But because he had been granted this conscience, cursed with this worthless life, he was in mental distress. He started thinking about his own reason for existing. He started thinking about his existence. Who was he? Or rather, what was he? And so, based on the original monster, X also started wondering about his existence. He may not have been suffering as much as his ancestor, but he was still thinking about his existence and the value he brought. That said, unlike Frankenstein's monster, his creation was not the goal, but rather he had a duty to fulfill. And as he was working toward that goal, He had no reason or time to question his existence. X first felt some semblance of discomfort when he looked at the nameplate attached to the clothes he was wearing. There, it simply said, "Zombie." Unlike the golem he was created alongside, he at least had a conscience to work with, so he must have understood that this plate had a meaning. He got curious and asked his creator about it. "What's the meaning behind this nameplate?" His creator was sitting at a desk surrounded by cylindrical water containers. As always, inside those containers, you could see silhouettes that looked like they were covered by amoeba. It was eerie and grotesque just to look at. While gazing at a flask containing some kind of unknown liquid, the creator glanced at X and answered, "To tell you folks apart." Of course, being a dull creator of sorts, he only creates humanoid somethings, which is why he often struggles to tell them apart. In order to not get confused, he would create nameplates like that, though not being able to tell apart different people after creating them sounded rather odd. It showed his peculiar worldview and his simple goal of creating human-shaped somethings. So when he asked if the name on the plate was his actual name, then, "No, I'm just calling everyone who came back from a dead body a zombie," the creator responded. "Granted, Frankenstein's monster seems to be hinting at a golem made of flesh and blood, but the way I see it, from the moment you move despite being dead, you're a zombie." Frankenstein's monster, golem, zombie. The creator used these words to explain his thoughts about X, but even so, it didn't sound like any reliable answer. At the very least, the word zombie didn't seem to refer to his name. "Man, yet another failure. How the hell do I make a human being?" He threw the flask in his hands away and cursed, so the zombie left the room. So, the zombie and the golem were sent to an island country in the Far East. Apparently, there lived someone who had requested their creator to create them and send them over. In the man's room located in a flat, the zombie and golem stood side by side after the zombie had handed the man a letter. "Let's see. I created them based on Frankenstein's monster as you requested, but one of them is still just a zombie who lives off dead bodies, so keep that in mind. That guy has a screw loose. I swear," said the man, who had introduced himself as Tsuchimikado, while grumbling. But that also wasn't quite right, as this was the name of a prestigious onmyoji family in Japan. If one were to refer to him personally, the right way to call him would be Tsujimaki. So then, he should be wearing a nameplate that read Tsujimaki, too. He was now human, after all. After he finished reading the letter, he placed it on the table. He turned around on his chair and looked at the zombie and golem waiting in line. "Hey, monster." "Yes?" At first, the zombie assumed that this name was referring to the monster-looking golem next to him, but he quickly realized that Tsujimaki was looking directly at him. "Is it true that you don't have any sensitivities or feelings?" The zombie, there, monster, pondered on this for a moment. "That's like asking how it feels to have a tail." Meaning, "I don't know how to comment on something I've never once had." Well, knowing his work, I'm sure I won't have any complaints in the long run. "Can I ask something, too?" "What is it?" Tsujimaki was surprised to have the so-called monster asked a question, but their monster continued regardless. "You called me monster earlier. But is that my name?" "What?" Tsujimaki looked at the zombie in disbelief, as if someone with a name like that would exist out there. Anybody with half a decent brain would already have their own name. So then, there, monster, spoke up. "What am I? You have no name. What good would giving you a name do?" Tsujimaki seemed annoyed at the monster's question and instead looked at the golem. He simply stood there, not showing any reaction. After confirming this, Tsujimaki looked back at their monster again. "Anyway, let's get to the main topic. I didn't order you folks just to have someone to talk to, after all." Tsujimaki grabbed a letter from the table and opened it to take out a single photo. Shown there was a girl. She had silver hair with red eyes, white skin like she carried no warmth, and fangs visible on her mouth. "Killing her is your job this time," said Tsujimaki. Neither the zombie nor the golem reacted. Neither of them had the functionality to do so. Tsujimaki continued. "The reason I had you guys made is to exterminate a vampire. Section: A vampire extermination. A vampire is a sort of demon who lives off the blood of humans. Of course, demon isn't completely accurate, as they don't have horns growing out of their heads, they don't wear tiger-striped panties, or they don't have iron clubs as a weapon. But in Japan, the word for demon often also means something negative or that shouldn't exist. And sucking blood is a bad thing. Granted, there's no guarantee that sucking blood is actually something they do, but it's what is being told about them. And the word for zombie was also written with the kanji for demon, so for him, he shouldn't be eating dead bodies. Basically, giving himself the name zombie was wrong because it was different from his real name X. While these thoughts raced through his mind, the zombie walked down a narrow alley that distanced itself from the neon lights. This was one of the locations where the vampire supposedly had been hunting for blood. The zombie, the dead body, Frankenstein's monster, the silhouette, the human-shaped shadow, the young man, the thing, walked down the alley. There were many different terms to explain his existence, but not one that was limited to him. So he, while not being himself, carried the vinyl bag and waited for the vampire to show up. His job, given by Tsujimiki, was to find out where the vampire was hiding. They didn't have much information about the girl, so they relied on eyewitnesses, but they were all charmed and didn't give out any information. The only instances they learned anything from was when a dead body drained of blood was found. It makes sense why this information had been hidden for a while, and it would explain why he himself was created. He has no will of his own, so any techniques like a charm to control other people don't work on him. After all, he had no heart to control. That said, there, monster, dropped his gaze down on the vinyl bag. Inside, he had the head of a monster he had just fought and killed. The head inside was still warm and pumping with blood, with the smell able to attract vampires. If a vampire was lurking nearby, they would be attracted by it. Well, they usually hide in the shadows, so there's no way I'll just run into them while crossing the corner. That was what their monster was thinking, but he bumped into someone as soon as he finished that thought. Whoops. He reached out his hand and supported the girl, who almost fell backward. She was a small girl with bright silver hair and ruby red eyes. She wore a dress with frills everywhere, consisting of black and white as its basic colors, like you were looking at an Othello board. And to the monster, she seemed awfully familiar. Oh, right, it's that girl. It was none other than Rumia Selviason, the vampire. She managed to regain her composure, fixed her position, and brushed off the dust on her clothes only to glare at the monster. Well, can't go against an empty stomach, after all. Don't mind me. She waved her hand at him, leaving the zombie bewildered on how to react. But while he was left bewildered, the girl's right hand went to her chest as she looked at their monster. My name is Rumia Selviason. The girl introduced herself, not as a vampire, but with her own name. About that, the zombie was incredibly jealous. After that, she tried to bite his neck and suck his blood, but for a monster like him with no heart or blood, that didn't work out. Continuously being bitten didn't sound too fun for the zombie, so he revealed the reason why it didn't work out. Sorry, there's no blood running through my body, actually. But unlike the girl, he couldn't introduce himself. Section: There was something he learned. Just like her appearance suggests, Rumia Selviason is a young girl. She is an odd pride, hates losing, is confident in herself, and won't admit any defeat. Despite that, once she's backed into a corner, she starts crying immediately, but she stops as soon as she gets food, yet breaks out into the rage when she is treated the way she behaves. She has emotions and feelings that she openly portrays. She can enjoy what is fun and be mad at what makes her angry. Her expressions are ever-changing, since the zombie couldn't even express what is fun, let alone understand what that meant. She was the polar opposite. Then let me take you home. The zombie's goal was to find out where the vampire lives, so when she seemed to be exhausted from all the crying and screaming, he made that suggestion. She didn't seem all that wary of his intentions and agreed swiftly. From that point, the two started walking down the empty alley. Don't you dare tell a soul. Rumia looked at the ground, forcing this voice out of her throat. It was so quiet that the zombie didn't even realize he was being talked to at first. About what? He cocked his head while asking. In response, Romia's body started shaking. As she glared at him with her reddened eyes, she bit her lip and said, "That." I cried. She really was a prideful girl. The zombie narrowed his eyes as his eye bags stretched down his face. "I won't tell anybody. You're not lying, are you?" The zombie nodded. Still, she didn't seem to believe the zombie, glaring up at him. Her every expression was so abundant with emotion. That said, she eventually stopped and started walking again. The zombie wanted to follow her, but, now that I think about it, she moved her head and looked at the zombie next to her. He wondered what she would say next. "What's your name?" That was all. Since she had introduced herself, she wanted to know the name of the person she was talking to. Even so, the zombie was in a state of confusion. After all, ever since he had been created, he never once was asked about his own name. His own creator simply labeled him as a zombie. Tsujimaki had no interest in learning any name. Nobody would bother giving a name to a consumable. "I think, therefore I am," is what people say. But is that really true? It was the same as being unable to decipher what was inside a box without seeing the contents directly. Just like a donut hole can't exist without what's around it. Unless someone acknowledges your existence, you don't really exist. The proof of existence, the realization that I exist here, the answer that you are here, it can't just be one side, nor can it be neither. Just like Romeo Salvation sees herself as Romeo Salvation, and just like Tsuchimikado Tsujimaki saw himself as Tsuchimikado Tsujimaki. However, X could not see himself as X. Nobody ever accepted his existence before. Like he was not standing on the ground, but instead floating in the air. And now, she asked for his name. "You wanna know my name?" "Yeah. I introduced myself earlier, but I haven't heard your name yet." "That's not fair, right?" "Just what did X respond at that time?" "He answered by saying something along the lines of 'I can't remember.'" This wasn't wrong. Of course, this body of his must have had memories when it was still alive. However, that was a different name and not X's. But that aside, this was probably the moment when X started being interested in Rumia. He felt like she might be able to clear up his worries. And so, he began feeling something like a desire to save her. So, while listening to the orders given to him, X would do his best to ensure Rumia would not be killed during the vampire extermination. As the orders were absolute, he could not go against them. He would do as he was told. And so, he was forced to go through with them. He was trying to kill her all the while ensuring she would survive. That said, did he really do this with Rumia's best interests in mind? Not even he knew. Or rather, that's exactly why he didn't know. Just like people didn't know what it felt like to have an animal tail, he wouldn't know what it would be like to have something he never once possessed. The heart he received, made of a silk bag, he threw away somewhere along the line without ever realizing that he wanted it. And after all the endless thinking and pondering, he was unable to grasp it with his own two hands. Section X opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the ceiling of the parking lot. He slowly lifted his upper body, with Romeo standing in front of him, currently facing Tsujimaki. In her chest was a large hole roughly the size of a human fist. Blood ran down from her left wrist, making it seem like she had cut herself because of something. Her body was quivering, too. Was she crying? No. She was angry. She was furious with rage. "You really come up with the most ridiculous of ideas." The zombie initially thought that these words were directed at Tsujimaki at first, but eventually, he realized that there, "you," referred to himself. "Did I? You made me kill you." "So yes, I dare say so." "Ha ha," the zombie let out a giggle. But of course, it was a vapid giggle. "Still, now you're saved." The sound of something snapping echoed through the parking lot, as one of Romeo's back teeth broke and fell to the ground. "Now what the hell am I looking at here?" Tsujimaki tilted his head. "I understand that you killed the monster and evaded my Guillem's attack, but I don't get why you would save the monster. Why bring him back to life? You finally lowered the number of your enemies, and yet you fixed him? That makes no sense to me," Tsujimaki said and looked at the zombie. "Monster, kill her with your arm. You should be able to do it." The zombie groaned and shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't do that." Huh? I mean, the zombie ignored the bewildered Tsujimiki and pointed at Romiya. Nobody holds any absolute right over me anymore. Just now, the zombie had been killed. His head was mowed from his body, and he turned from a moving dead body to just another dead body. And yet, he was still here. For some reason, he was still alive. That said, the reason was simple. It was because Romiya brought him back to life. She used her immortal blood to revive him. She destroyed and then fixed him. She destroyed the zombie who had to listen to Tsujimiki's orders, and fixed him into the annoyingly pure zombie who could not read the mood whatsoever. Because I have someone by my side, I can exist like this. We only exist because of someone else. All monsters are unstable, unknown, and inexplicable. They cannot exist on their own. They are only brought into existence when they are with someone else. By dying, by being killed, by being destroyed, the zombie who had to listen to Tsujimiki's orders disappeared, all the while forcing the girl to kill the person she cared for. But thanks to this, the zombie no longer had any obligation to listen to Tsujimiki's orders. "Hey, you Onmyoji," Romiya said. Her tone made it evident that she was in a very bad mood. "I'll be taking that zombie." "Say what?" Tsujimiki didn't try to hide his bewilderment. He frowned while raising one eyebrow. "I'll make him mine, and if you dare to get in my way, then I'll crush you. Though I will have to crush you either way." Crunch, rip, tear, crush, 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 grind, crush, squeeze, crush, knead, crush, twist, crush, smack, crush, press, crush, rip, chew, swallow, crush, smear, crush. Romiya flashed her fangs and howled like a beast. "Ha!" Tsujimiki let out a snort. However, his voice was quivering slightly. "What's it matter to me, really?" He was going to end up disassembled after this mission. That said, as his former owner, "I am curious, why do you want him?" "What's it matter to you? Now don't tell me, did you fall for him?" "Yes, that's right." Romiya didn't hide her disdain and nodded. "I love him. And so, I'll make him mine." "Some guy like him?" "Because he's like that, yes. I want him no matter what." With every word she spoke, her cheeks slowly turned redder. She glanced at the zombie. He simply stared at her face. His eyes were like a camera lens, like he was just staring at the scenery in front of him without carrying any emotion. Maybe he didn't feel anything, but that was just right. Love is all about self-satisfaction. Emotions are one-sided. And undoubtedly, Romiya was in love with him. That was all she needed. So even after 400 years, you're still just a little girl blinded by love. Tsujimiki swallowed his laugh and said it like it was a joke, giggling about it to himself. He then raised his left hand. As it responded to that, the golem also raised its arm. It was the very arm stacked with silver, solely made to destroy the vampire. "Then I guess I'll just have to crush you both." Tsujimiki swung down his arm. So did the golem behind him, except it failed and crumbled away. Only the silver part of it was sliced off with precision and fell to the ground. "Wow, you're right. I do want to be with him. So I am in an incredibly bad mood right now." Her arm dangled next to her, loosely in a chop position. Since her palm had touched the silver, it bubbled from the pain. Although it was a strong agonizing pain, it didn't matter right now. "I cannot forgive myself for letting you people do as you pleased so far." She was furious. "I am an idiot for getting all excited and blinded by it." She was angry at herself, but more than anything, she glanced over at the zombie and then looked back to glare at Tsujimiki. She flashed her fangs, flashed her fury, and flashed her feelings while shooting daggers at her enemy. The blood inside her began to boil. It reached all the way up to her head. She felt like she was being pulled apart, with the anger, the frustration, the embarrassment, and the resentment. She forgot herself. She lost herself in the rage. "I will not forgive you for using him like a tool. Since you managed to corner me this much, I'll give you something nice. The greatest pain you could possibly imagine. Pain only lasts a moment, so I'll pack as much into it as possible." Section. "I'm just holding back." If I got serious, this guy would be no more than a pile of rubble. Witnessing the situation in front of him, the zombie remembered Romiya's previous words. At that time, the zombie thought she was just playing tough and howling like a loser. but the sight unfolding now made him realize just how wrong he was. She really hadn't gotten serious. She did not remove her limiter. Of course, the zombie had no idea what was even going on. This was something he could never hope to comprehend, but to put it in simple terms, the girl exploded, the chains came off, she lost herself, and ran rampant. What is this? Tsujimaki mumbled, without realizing it himself. His voice was shaking. He failed to comprehend just what sight was unfolding in front of him. However, that would probably be the case for everyone else, too. The zombie and the golem also didn't know what the sight in front of them was about. However, the two of them lacked the emotional capacity to voice their fear and concern. Like it was a different existence. They would show the same reaction even if the world were to end in front of them. The only difference was that the golem remained still and unmoving, and the zombie just looked around for a moment. This was probably the difference in their conscience or lack thereof. Neither of them were human. And there should be a third existence that wasn't a human. Just a few moments ago, there was a golem, a zombie, and a vampire. However, no matter how much he looked around, the vampire was nowhere to be seen. After he failed to spot Rumia anywhere, the zombie remembered what happened a few seconds earlier. I will not forgive you for using him like a tool. Right after she said that, Rumia's body melted away like a button had been pressed. Her body just stopped keeping shape. The lump glowed in a strong red as she melted away like a snowman during the summer. Of course, it wasn't a pleasant sight to observe. Anybody with common sense and a sensible mind would avert their face from it while covering their eyes. But the only ones watching this right now were the golem and zombie. As for the golem, it didn't even bother to look at Rumia. Only the zombie kept his eyes on the girl. Golem. Tsujimaki covered his face with his arm and screamed orders at the golem. Crush that thing right now. If we let that be, it'll be bad for us. The golem moved as soon as he received these orders and moved with a clear target in mind, albeit with dull movement. It slammed its hand onto the ground, lifting up the ground, and then fired the concrete at the lump of meat. It cut through the air, zoomed past the zombie who knew it wouldn't hit him, and then rammed into the wall nearby. On the way there, it tore through the red something that was previously Rumia. Judging from the location, it probably hit her in the head. Half a circle was missing from the lump, yet it continued to melt and didn't stop. Meanwhile, the golem saw this as its chance to attack. The arm of silver that had previously been sliced off by Rumia now was attached to it again. Once in range, it raised its silver arm and swung it down again. An explosive roar filled the parking lot. Cracks formed in the ground like a spider web, as the silver fist tore into the asphalt, crushing the face of the angel statue still attached to the arm. That disappeared among all the chaos, leaving only silence behind. The golem raised its arm to see if it succeeded, and when the dust cleared, that was nowhere in sight. However, the zombie found it hard to believe that Rumia would be defeated so easily. Not because he trusted her, but because there was no dead body. As such, he could only assume that she was still alive. She hasn't been defeated yet. Come back, golem. It seemed like Tsujimaki had reached the same conclusion, but it was more because of his intuition rather than actual reasoning. He felt like there was a sharp blade placed right at his neck, ready to slice. The premonition of death clung to his back. That is why he called back the golem, too. The giant pile of rubble responded accordingly and headed back to Tsujimaki. During that path, the crushed head of the angel statue fell down onto the ground, creating a dull sound. Then, there was the sound of water gushing out of something. The first one to react to that was the dull-minded golem. It was an immediate reaction to hearing the sound, less based on understanding what was going on and more on instinct. However, that was also the case for the something that hid in the cracks, currently in a thick and blood-like consistency. And so, the dull and dense golem had no chance of competing against it. Before the golem could react, it leapt out of the crack and wrapped itself around the golem from all sides, enveloping it and biting into the equivalent of its flesh. Exclamation mark. Nobody said a word. Nobody could say a word. The parking lot was filled with silence, as the sound of a can being crushed echoed through the silence. and each time this sound could be heard, that shrank a little bit like the sound of glass being crushed came from within. The rubble that made up the majority of the golem was slowly being devoured. You broke my barrier? But what about the silver? Wasn't that your weakness? He must have done so subconsciously. After realizing that the safety device of the golem had been devoured and the barrier broken, Tsujimiki staggered 2 to 3 steps back. At that moment, he happened to kick over a small pebble. Instantly, that looked over his way, or it felt like it did, at least. What? Tsujimiki screamed at the top of his lungs and took out 4 papers from his chest, throwing them in front of him. They stopped in the air like they were stuck in an invisible wall. This activated a barrier directly in front of him. Immediately after, that rammed into the barrier, as light particles dispersed everywhere, coloring the air in a bluish-white color. Huff, huff, huff. A cold sweat built on Tsujimiki's forehead. The barrier managed to fend off that. While it stayed glued to the barrier, it stared at Tsujimiki while melting away. It was being purified by the barrier, all the while staring at him even though it shouldn't be able to. It didn't have eyes, yet it stared at him. Seeing it writhe and move beyond the barrier, Tsujimiki felt his back shiver in terror. Like a ball slamming into a wall. Huh? I know it can't reach me, but it still surprised me, Tsujimiki muttered, but only then did he realize. He was pulled back to reality, seeing that it was still stuck to the barrier even now. Even while being purified, it continued to move on. It suffered harm but was not fully defeated. It slowly moved on without fault. It's trying to get closer to Tsujimiki. Even if the barrier is in the way, it ignores all pain. No, it threw away its conscience to feel pain. Pain, agony, everything, in front of his raw hatred. Everything else simply melted away, until either it managed to devour Tsujimiki or it was completely erased. It would probably never stop. His expression stiffened and he put more strength into his arms binding the papers. However, no matter how much he strengthened the barrier, it slowly but surely broke apart. The depths of a vampire's strength seemed bottomless, but there was only so much a human could do. Comparing what is human and what isn't was just a waste of time. Both sides knew who would come out on top. So naturally, it didn't take long before cracks showed within the barrier. Why you? His hands keeping the barrier in place were shaking. Through the cracking barrier, it looked at Tsujimiki. He forced open his quivering mouth and screamed at the top of his lungs. You damn monster! Immediately after, the barrier shattered. The sound echoed through the parking lot as it shot toward Tsujimiki. Crunch, crush, munch, squash, chew, chomp. The sound of a frog being stomped on could be heard from within it. It was the sort of ominous sound that would ward off any small animal. An endless assault of crunching sounds came from the inside of it. Each time, more blood appeared beneath it, until there was only 1 human's worth of blood left, and then it leapt at the zombie. Ah, I see. So you do react to sound after all. The zombie stopped kicking his heel against a nearby wall and just showed a faint smile as it rushed toward him, but it was a vapid smile, a smile just for the sake of it. And while he did so, he opened up both his arms like he was welcoming her, wanting to embrace her. The crimson red something swallowed everything in its path while it closed in on the zombie. It swallowed him, too, munching away at him. Even so, he smiled and reached out his arms. I'm glad you're back, Romeo-san. Immediately after he uttered those words, the red beast dispersed. The liquid and fog gathered in front of the zombie, slowly taking shape again. What appeared were black and white colors forming a dress like an Othello board. That was followed by white skin and silver hair like the moonlight. Even her eyes that had been missing when she had changed into that remained closed. Despite that, the zombie embraced Romeo Salviason in his arms and pulled her closer. He lost his balance and fell back on his behind, supporting his upper body with his left hand. I'm tired. Romeo rested her jaw on his shoulder, still with her eyes closed, and sighed. If it tires you out that much, you didn't have to use that, the zombie said with his usual nonchalant tone, receiving a dry laugh from Romeo. He was confused as to what was so funny. I didn't end up like that because I wanted to. Really? I simply lost control. I lost myself and just rampaged. You lost control. The zombie chewed on these words but couldn't fully understand them. The event of giving yourself into the rage and destroying everything in your wake, just what would that feel like? But when you called my name, I was able to come back. Yeah? So, are you still angry? No, Romeo shook her head. I am incredibly happy right now, she said with a drowsy tone like she was about to nod off. Why? Even though you're so tired? The zombie cocked his head. In response, Rumia pushed her mouth closer to his ear. I finally have what I've always wanted. Really? I've wanted it for as long as I can remember. I see. And that's why I'm so happy right now. Like everything that happened up to this point didn't matter at all. And what is it that you finally have? That's... She wrapped her arms round the zombie's back, opening her mouth like she wanted to say something. However, no more words came out. The zombie wondered what happened and looked at her face. But to his surprise, she was sound asleep, with a peaceful expression and a pleasant breathing rhythm. She had her eyes closed. Good night, Romeo-san. The zombie pulled the sleeping Romeo closer and whispered gently. Epilogue. She had a dream. However, she couldn't quite remember what kind of dream it was. But that's how dreams work. You cannot remember the exact details of the dream, but you can still tell if it was a pleasant dream or a nightmare, and she was sure that she was experiencing a pleasant dream. A dream where she finally obtained what she had always wanted. And right when she was feeling nothing but joy and blissfulness, she happened to wake up. Just what did she obtain? She couldn't remember, but she remembered being extremely happy. She must have been reaching out for whatever it was with both her arms, having a blissful sleep. Feeling embarrassed about this fact, however, Rumia hid under her blanket with her tomato-red cheeks. She then looked around, but nobody else was present in the room with her. All she knew was that she didn't know this room. She let out a faint yawn and lifted her upper body. The general view of the room was the same as Rumia's own apartment. There was no furniture, nothing to even describe at first glance. For a moment, she worried that a thief might have entered the place and stolen everything. Is this an empty room? She muttered when she heard the door opening. She looked over there, where she spotted the zombie just closing the door. He took off his shoes and entered the room, realizing that Romeo had woken up. Oh, Romeo-san. Good morning, he said with a nonchalant tone. His arm had returned to how it was before their fight. Changing his arm like that wasn't a big deal for him since his whole body was sewn together. He wore the same clothes as before, too. So he would change his arm but couldn't be bothered to put on fresh clothes? That said, was that the same arm as before? As long as it came from a dead body, it didn't really matter. I honestly don't know how that would work. Would you like me to try it? No, please don't. The zombie looked at his arm with a deadpan look, but Rumia simply shook her head with a sigh. So, how long was I sleeping for? Around a week, I think. Pretty lackluster of a reaction you got. No, is it? It absolutely is. Nobody would just say good morning to the person who had been sleeping for an entire week. Shouldn't you have been more worried? Maybe anxious, restless, anything like that? Of course, he was this kind of neurological zombie, so she was clearly expecting too much. So she realized also the moment these words left her mouth, but she couldn't take back those words again. Ha ha ha, I'll be more mindful of that next time. Good, but there won't be a next time. Now that Rumia had voiced her concerns, she let out a snort and looked around the room. So, where exactly are we? This is an empty room in the same apartment complex you live in. Why? Because the Onmyoji know about your room by now. The zombie then started explaining what happened while she was asleep. Tsujimaki had died, leaving behind only a large puddle of blood. The headquarters of the Onmyoji know about this fact and have labeled Rumia as the highest urgency extermination target. Almost like she was some sort of a harmful insect. They already marked down your hideout, setting it up with talismans, people watching 24/7, and traps, the zombie explained while pointing up at the ceiling. Maybe he wanted to say that this room was below her own room. Granted, people say that staying closest to your pursuers is the best hiding spot, but this was a bit much. Surely, they would have already looked into the entire apartment complex. I set up some talismans to create a barrier, courtesy of the late Tsujimaki. Nobody bothers to check inside this room. The zombie next pointed at a corner of the room while explaining this. There, Romeo saw familiar pieces of paper. Since she knew how strong they were, she had no more doubts about the situation. It was probably wise to believe in their strength. That said, it won't keep us safe forever. We can't stay here too long. They heard sounds from the outside. Even now, the Onmyoji are on the search for Rumia, running around the apartment complex. I see. Understanding what was going on, Rumia felt a pain in her chest. She pulled the clothes off of her with a finger and saw for herself. Right in the center of her chest was a hole the size of an arm. It seemed like her heart still hadn't healed fully. Do you have any blood? My body still feels weak. I very much do. I have dog blood, cat blood, and human blood. Which will it be? The zombie said while taking out several bottles of blood from a plastic bag. It seemed like he had been preparing in case Rumia would wake up soon. She wanted to believe that this animal blood didn't come from those kept as pets, so they must be from stray ones. Maybe they had gotten attracted by the scent of the zombie's flesh. Human, please. Here you go. At the same time as she accepted the bottle, she brought her nose closer to the zombie's arm to catch a whiff. I didn't reek of a rotten smell. Maybe there was some way to keep it fresh. What's up? The zombie asked. Even a zombie like him would feel a bit bewildered at Rumia's actions. I was just wondering. I was asleep for a whole week, correct? And so, she also smelled herself, but as before, she didn't have any stench. If so, why is it that I don't smell one bit? Oh, that's because I made sure to wipe your body once a day. Pfffff. All the blood she had in her mouth immediately was pushed out aggressively, splattering everywhere. Wah! That surprised me. Wah! What the hell did you just say? The zombie evaded most of the blood splattering his way, but Rumia couldn't hide her shock and screamed with a shrill voice. Her whole face was red as a tomato and she pointed at the zombie with tears in her eyes and a quivering finger. Yet, he didn't seem perturbed at all. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold, that's why, he said nonchalantly. HMPH. Rumia knew that he had no ulterior motive in doing any of this, and he just genuinely did what he felt was best. Of course, he didn't do so simply because he's a harmless and kind soul. Rather, this was just the most efficient way of doing things in his mind. Rumia knew this, and she wanted to keep that in mind, but since she actually felt emotions unlike him, she couldn't stand the thought of it. But it would be rather childish to get angry about this. Instead, she opted to simply return this with a smile. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rumia-san, why are you kicking me? Hence, the zombie must be imagining things. It was just his imagination. Now then, having gotten to get off some steam, she took another gulp of the blood. She needed this right now to recover her shattered heart. According to what you said earlier, we probably cannot stay here much longer, right? That's true. Then we should get out of here. Rumia stretched out her hand toward the zombie, who gave her a dubious look. Can you help me stand? I'm still feeling a bit wobbly on my knees. Oh, I see. The zombie nodded and grabbed her hand. Immediately after, Rumia's mouth formed a devious smirk. Instead of letting the zombie pull her up, she dragged him down while lifting her upper body. HMPH. In response, her head bumped into the zombie. A dull sound followed, with his head denting inward and Rumia's getting red from the impact. Ouch. Come on. That didn't hurt. You're a zombie. I figured it would fit the situation. Rumia rubbed her head and pouted. But, she immediately let out a snicker. This is your punishment for making me kill you. I thought that was the only way for the both of us to survive. I know that. That's why I'll let you off easy with a head bonk. But don't do it again. Okay, I won't do it again. Great, Rumia said and showed another giggle. She didn't really know exactly what was so funny about any of this, but she still couldn't help herself. Hey? She asked while laughing more. What are you going to do now? Me? Yes, you. You're not tied to your mission anymore. Your master is dead, so you're a free zombie. You mean like Clavius Narcissus? How in the world do you even know about him? Well, you do have a point. So, what are you going to do? Rumia asked again. The zombie started thinking and raised his chin, looking up at the ceiling. Seeing that no response came, Rumia mumbled something to herself. She was blushing even more. acting evidently bashful. But she eventually made up her mind and opened her mouth. Say, "Hey, Romeo-san." Both of them talked at the same time. Both of them froze up with their mouths open. Rumia let out another snicker. "You can go first, Romeo-san." "Really?" "Yeah. Well, if you haven't decided what to do from now on, won't you come with me?" "You want me to come with you?" "Yes. How does that sound?" She glanced up at the zombie's face. His expression remained the same. Capturing anything from that was impossible, and she knew that. "Yeah, sure." "Well, that makes sense. You're free now. You can live your life the way you want. There's no reason for you to." "Huh?" "Sure. I'll come with you." "I think I want to go with you," he said. "Huh?" Rumia blinked several times in utter confusion, but the zombie continued regardless. "I should be asking for this. Won't you take me with you?" "Why?" "Because you are the first person who ever taught me something about myself." It was a simple answer, but exactly what one would expect from him. "And so, I want to go with you. You might be my Dorothy after all." The zombie went down on one knee in front of Rumia and looked at her face. Their faces were on the same level right now. He reached out for Rumia's hand, like he was her knight in shining armor. "Please, won't you teach me more about myself?" "Teach me more about my own heart." "Rumia-san." She was surprised by this sudden turn of events, but she couldn't stop herself from smiling. It was a happy but also bashful smile. "Oh, okay, fine," Rumia said while averting her face. She wanted to hide her beet red face, pressing her open hand on her chest. "I'll teach you everything you want. Just leave it to me. The save vampire. I can show you just how smart I am." "Of course." "I can't wait." "Rumia-san," the zombie said with a smile. Rumia awkwardly scratched the tip of her nose. Then, Rumia moved her hand toward the zombie. Toward that someone who managed to help bury the eternal loneliness she felt all these years. "Will you be with me, Furuku?" "What?" He wanted to take Rumia's hand, only to come to a halt. Oddly enough, sheer surprise colored the zombie's eyes. "Furuku." "Yes, Furuku." "Remember Frankenstein?" And with the kanji fu from fury and the raku from funny, Rumia wrote the kanji in the air while explaining. "That's your name. It would be troublesome if you kept living your undead life without one, no?" She puffed out her chest like she was expecting him to praise her. Yet, the zombie was frozen stiff without showing any reaction. "My name." "Furuku, that's my name. What's wrong?" She seemed perplexed at the lack of the zombie's reaction and looked up at him. "Maybe you don't like it?" "No." The zombie shook his head, but while doing so, he seemed happy, like a child who had dug up a hidden treasure. "I like it. I really like it a lot." "Yeah?" Romeo was slightly surprised to see such reaction from him. "You know, that smile just now." That smile was pretty good. It wasn't fake. "Despite being a zombie, you do love to hold a grudge, huh?" "I just remember it. I don't know a lot of things, after all." "So please, tell me more, Romeo-san," he said. "Didn't you say your brain would rot and that you'd forget things immediately?" Rumia mumbled under her breath, but she was still happy. She reached for his hand. "I guess we should head on our way then, Furuku." "Let's do that, Rumia-san." Furuku took her hand, and Rumia returned the grip on it. Their fingers intertwined. And with this, the relationship between Rumia Selviason and Furuku officially began. Afterward, there may be people who only read the afterword after finishing the novel, people who don't read it at all, people who hate reading it so they rip it apart and put it into a shredder, and some people who enjoy everything about one full volume. Which is why I'm going to avoid putting any spoilers into this afterword. In fact, I will barely talk about this novel in general. I absolutely adore watching B-movies. I love them so much that I constantly think about sharks, zombies, war, aliens, and anything related to that. Especially shark movies really hit me. The one where sharks ride on a tornado, or where an octopus and a shark fuse together, or a robot shark fighting the Navy SEALs, maybe even one that has multiple heads. And I love zombie movies, too. Even those when the makeup is extremely cheap, you can tell they just got some friends together. And these movies got a hold of me. So much so that I just naturally end up writing about zombies when it comes to anything. And this is what gave birth to Vamp-chan and Zombie-kun. Well, I did say I wouldn't talk about the novel, yet here I am dropping the title. To continue, this novel is about a vampire and a zombie. The title basically tells it all. There are no sharks, although I would have loved to add them. It's a romance story, it's a bit of horror and splatter, as well as asking the question of what a human even is. It's a human drama that barely has any humans in it. It feels quite weird to write a novel like this full of my own interests, but I want to show that a lot of things can happen in life. Maybe a second life wouldn't be so bad. I also had some wonderful background music during my work, starting with T+ and going to Happy Hardcore and the Holy Kamatechin. You were my masters. Thank you so much. In my final words, if this ever happens to get a continuation, it will probably be in 17 years. Karabushi Sorato. Story completed.